Good morning. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. How are you this morning? Let me get set up over here. I can't do all this till I go live. Hi, Shannon. Good morning, ladies. Early birds. Early birds. Good morning, good morning. Let's see. I just need to set the quality from 360 to at least 720, please. There we go. And in a in live chat. Good morning, ladies. Wow. This week is going so fast for me, I can't keep up. It's Wednesday morning already. I'm ready to do some art. I got little Alberta here. Shannon suggested some pearls. I might have to wait for the next, I might be able to get some pearls around here, but she's pretty dressed up. Oh, I can't wait to see what Becky does next. And speaking of Becky, I got the postcard. She says, Meri, did you get a postcard from me? Yes, I did. Isn't that cool? Wait. Well, let me stand up. I never can. There we go. Isn't that cool? This is the one she did with me, and I'm still working on mine, but I hope to get them done today. So maybe I can get them sent out. I don't know if I'll get them sent out today. I might get them sent out tomorrow. But if I get them done today, I'll have time to address them. And they are going out. And Shannon, you get 2 of them. And Artedar gets, I think 2 ATCs, if I remember right. But we'll see. So, and then I got some more Happy Mail. And I don't think I ordered anything. It's just from Keisha, and it feels like a kit box. So I'm wondering if somebody's, let me fix my camera. No, this thing. Well, it's still, let me move it a little. Well, that's better. Okay. All right. So let's see what's in here. Woohoo! We went shopping yesterday. We needed groceries, and I got a Swiffer mop with the little wet squirt thing, and with my rebate form from Menards. And my brother got the window, the storm window for his, where the air conditioner was. So, well, we ordered it. And we got groceries. He offered to let me go to the thrift store, but I told him, I said, my room is full. And until I get all these boxes and things organized, I hate to have him sit out in the car while I'm thrifting. Hi, Kimberly. Good morning, Kimberly. Who else is here that I'm missing? Arlene and Shannon and Kimberly and Deb. Hi, Beck. Hi, Deb. I've been following your coloring pages on Facebook. You do a nice job of coloring. I'm not a color person, but I enjoy seeing what others do. You're doing a nice job. Kimberly's here. 2 of Meri's postcards. Yeah. Yep. I've got the other one right here, the one that we did a couple weeks ago, and then this one that I'm going to finish up this morning. Hi, Brenda. Brenda, did you send me your address? I think you want an ATC. Let me put my, if I can do it right, the The comma and the period are different on this. MERI.ATELIER at one-handed pecking. There we go. You sent to my email. I'm not sure I got it, Brenda, because did it get returned? I'll check. I'll check again. We were gone yesterday, so. But I think I put my address in wrong when I first gave them out. So it might have bounced back to you if you sent it right away. Or let me open this and see what's going on here. I'm pretty sure I did not order a kit box. And somebody, I think, sent me a Happy Mail. Let me see who did this. It's nice and packed up, and I like to save my packaging as much as I can. Happy birthday, Meri. Enjoy your box gifted to you from Mina. Oh, Mina. You guys shout at me when Mina comes in. Sweetie, thank you so much. Aw, that's so sweet. And I did call my eye doctor, and I think we're going to be able to handle the costs, so I'll know more in October, but I think I can handle it. I'm not real sure. Market Mystery themed box. You name it, I create it. What was the theme? Do you guys remember what the theme was? Thank you. Thank you. Should I zoom in a little more? Can you guys see? Got the thank you. And what was the theme? Oh, look. Looky. Insects. Whoops. And this looks like this looks like a bee. It's a specimen. Isn't that cool? Is it all insects? It is. Look, these are butterflies. Oh, how cool. And then another butterfly and a little specimen card. Thank you, Arlene. Oh, I just don't deserve you guys. I don't know if this was mine or if that came in there. I think that was mine. And look, some fabric. Oh, look at I think the theme was insects. Looky, bugs. Was the theme bugs? You know, I bought some fabric. I don't know if I kept it out. I'll have to show it to you when I find it. It's probably behind me someplace. Oh, look at this. And a little, oh, we'll have to do this for the nature journal. I'm getting up too high to this is like a little pocket with paper wasp with, oh, look. Oh, this is cool. And then bugs. Oh, wow. Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Thank you, Keisha. We'll put this in the nature box. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, you gave me the best birthday ever. You gave me the very best birthday ever. Isn't that cool? Oh, Mina. You guys be sure and yell at me. Yell loud so I can hear it. I'm hard of hearing, I think. I think my hearing's going too. I'm always having to ask my brother to repeat, but he always asks me to repeat. This is so very cool. I just don't deserve you guys. I'm sorry. I'll just keep saying it. I don't deserve you. So we went to Walmart yesterday, and I had ordered the day before. I ordered some, let me pick this stuff up behind my chair because it's falling and I'll run over it if I don't pick it up. What is all this? Scrappy scrap. I had ordered some composition books because the Pen Plus Gear ones were 50 cents. I ordered 10 of them, $5. And got the ladybugs from Riri. Oh, I don't deserve you. Anyway, and I got an email from them as soon as I ordered saying, your order is ready. You can pick it up. We'll hold it for 4 days. And well, that's great because that was yesterday. And I thought, well, we'll be going tomorrow and I'll pick them up tomorrow. Well, I got there today and they told me, no, you have to pay for them before we pull them. And so they didn't have it. Well, they said I could reorder them, but I would have to, and we were there maybe about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but they wouldn't have them ready until after 6. And I'm going, we're not going to wait around for those, you know. And they changed. I was very, very frustrated. It used to be when you ordered something like that for store pickup, you could either go to the service desk or another area that they designated that was a desk, you know, where you could go up and talk to somebody. But no, what they did now, we looked all over for it. We couldn't find it. And I asked the clerk and she said, no, you have to go around and pick it up like where you pick up your groceries. And I'm going, that means we would have to go outside, get in our car, you know, and drive around. And she said, well, you can go to where they are back in the back of the store, you know, way back toward the back of the store and maybe ask for them there. And all the way down, my brother said, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I didn't see it either. And we got over there and finally I asked the clerk and here's the doorway here. And it goes to the back. And there's kind of a line there that I didn't see. And I kind of, because there were a lot of people going, it was out by the eggs and the meat and all of that. And I kind of pushed my cart, not in the back, but kind of just in the doorway. And boy, that old manager came back. Lady, you can't come back here. You can't come back here. I'm not going back. And I kind of backed up and she said, no, you have to get way out. And I asked her about the order and she said, no, it won't be ready till, you know, you have to pay for it and it won't be ready till after 6 o'clock. And I'm going, blah, 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 blah. I didn't say that to her, but I was thinking it. And she kind of got me all frustrated. And I told her, I said, you know, you guys, you really needed this as a service desk to where people can come and, you know, approach you. And if we have questions, you know, and she didn't hear it. She wasn't listening to me at all. So I went around and we were looking for the school supplies. And of course, now it's Halloween and every place where the school supplies were, they've got Halloween now. And so I didn't capture her, but I found another clerk. And I said, can you tell me where the school supplies are? Well, I said, I'm looking for composition books. She says, well, if there are any left, I'm going, oh, geez. If there are any left, they're in aisle J20. Oh, well, thank you. So off we went looking for J20. We found C, we found D, we found E, F, G, H, I, J, and I mean H, I, J, K, not K. We found I, K. Well, we didn't find J yet. Well, J was way back in the back of the store where they have their office supplies. I should have known. I mean, we skirted that entire building looking for aisle J20. And then, of course, it was the ink pens and the notebooks and all that. And finally, I found them. Well, right smack down in front of them was a mom and two kids, which was okay. But she looked and she looked and she looked, and the kids were kicking their shoes off. And, and I'm going, give me patience. I need patience. I'm going to be very kind. I'm not going to get, I'm sitting there going, I was already frustrated. Well, finally, I found the composition books, but they were no longer 50 cents a piece. They were $1 a piece. And I thought, well, I really wanted 10 of them because I want them for the rest of the year. And I've been doing a lot of writing lately. And so I took them in, and my brother said, why don't you take it up to the service desk and show him your cart where you ordered it yesterday? Maybe they'll still give it to you for 50 cents. So I went to the actual service desk up in the front of the store, and I explained to him, I said, I ordered these yesterday, and I said, I got an email, and saying that they were ready to pick up, that they'd hold them for 4 days. And, but I got there today, and she said I couldn't get them until after 6 o'clock. And I said, we're not going to be here. And he said, well, let me check. And, he came back and he said, well, they're online. What he told me was that they were online for 50 cents. He says, just tell the checkout lady that that you can have them for 50 cents. And I'm going, half price, yay. That was worth all the trouble. There's, that other lady was really, she must have been having a bad day, because she put me in a bad mood. So, but I got my composition books. That's the story of today. She was not friendly at all, and my cart, I didn't go way back into the room. I was just kind of in the doorway. And, she just wasn't having it. And she went out and stood in the middle of the aisle. I'm going, yeah, lady, block all the traffic, Hi, Mina. Mina. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Mina. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. Oh, you just blessed me, Mina. I really do appreciate it. Did you get one for well, you had to get one for yourself, didn't you? Thank you so much, Mina. I'm not going to open it up again because I think you've seen it. Thank you so much. It's just such a blessing. And Aunt Beck sent me a postcard when we did this postcard Double Dirty Dozen. Aunt Beck sent me a postcard. And I'm going to finish my postcards. Mina, I just feel like maybe I should send you my postcard or make you an extra one. Maybe I'll make you a postcard and to thank you. How do you like your Tim Holtz mat? I love it, Shannon. This was a gift too. You guys have just blessed me to no end. Laura Vasquez sent this to me. We picked up, I said, I didn't order anything. And I told my brother today, because I've been trying to save my money and be good. And, well, this was sent a couple months ago, several months ago, I believe. I don't know the exact date, but I love it. I do love it. And it doesn't stop me from getting painty papers. I got one going over here just from from splattering gold on the postcards. What did I do with it? It's here someplace. I still get painty papers. Hi, Mitzi. Mitzi, Mitzi. There's Mitzi. Thank you guys so much. Nice colors, Kimmy Kim. Kimmy says, good morning, Mindy Mitzi. You're thinking of getting one. I do like it. The only thing is when I have my light shining on, I put this board here because the light reflects off of this. My light that I have over here. I put this board there to, but that's not the fault of, and I still see the reflection of the light here. I can see it here from my viewpoint, but you guys don't see it from the top down. Kimberly says, I'm getting ready, Mitzi. She had one left. It was meant to be yours. Oh, Nina. That was so sweet. I truly do appreciate it. That was, you guys, you just have been so good to me. I do not deserve you. And I've been having so much fun. And I'm not going to open this up, but this is the finished composition book. This is my personal writing journal. And I'm about this is what, I've started this on August 18th. I started it on my birthday. And I'm about halfway through it now. Let's see, I'm still going there. September 5th, September 7th. I'm right here. So that's how much writing I've been doing. But this turned out really nice. I'm going to cover another one. Not right away, but I'm going to do Linda Berry. Oh, you guys, I get so cut and pick and inspired by everything. I'm going to do a Linda Berry composition book on Longfellow. I'm going to illustrate, I think. I'm going to try. And have you guys, Mina, you're the URL expert, would you go look up Linda Berry, LindaBarry, I believe it is. I'll tell you, she hasn't put up any recent videos, but she should be doing a lot more. I was watching one of hers where she was actually, you could tell she's been a teacher. I'm going, oh, wow. She would fit right in with all of us, I'll bet she's probably busy writing another book is probably it. I would love to have her come join our groups because she is so inspirational. And she was showing how to, and I'll just show you on scratch paper here. And just remember that this is scratch paper. Maybe I should get the cleaner one. She's sitting up in front of you, just like a teacher up in front of the room lecturing to you, only she's not really lecturing. She says, okay, I want you to divide your paper in half, and she draws a line, and then divide it here, and then make a border. And she's doing all this while she's talking, and she's there, she's sitting there just like she's at a blackboard. And she says, it's so fun to watch her. And she says, okay, now I want you to, she describes how when she comes into her house, all I guess it's the cats or the dogs, her pets greet her. And so she draws herself coming into the house with her. I don't know if it's her cat or her dogs greeting her. And she draws that like I could draw myself. And you guys aren't going to see it unless I go dark here. Let's just use this. Okay, we got a border like this. And I think she times you for 3 minutes 3 minutes. And she actually sets the timer. And the first time she did, she had music. But she didn't have music the second time. So I could I could draw myself at Walmart with my cart, my little cart in the doorway, my little grocery cart in the doorway. Here I am with my little hair comb and my hair up, and that's just a really fast, you know, it's just a really fast me here, kind of a stick figure. And here's my grocery cart, and I'm looking for, here's this lady back here. I'm going to make her really big. She wasn't big. She was just mean. She's holding, you can't come in here, lady. You know? So she's putting her arms across the doorway like, don't cross this line. And then my brother, my brother is standing back. He's got a beard. We'll give him a beard. And he wears this cap. He's standing back watching it all. He's standing over here watching it all. And of course, in here now we've got, it's back by the eggs and the cheese and the milk in there. So that's kind of how my day went. Let's give her a Walmart vest. You know, and here I am on my, I'll put my cell phone here because I was trying to show her my cart, and I was really frustrated because there was no service desk there. It was like, this was going back to the back room to where they pack stuff and get it ready to go. And I was trying to tell her that they really need to bring back their service desk for us folks who have questions. So that's kind of really scratchy. I could do much better. But then, you know, then put a, let's see what kind of a, oh, I could put a composition book border here. I want composition books. Something like that for a Linda Berry type. How did your day go? Well, I think it was, she said your yesterday. I think she said, think about yesterday, because if you're doing this in the morning, you're just probably getting a good start. Let me put in my composition books here real fast on the border. I could go back in and do this nicer, but this is just kind of a rough explaining to you what I saw in her video. And I thought, that's so cool to do that, a little sketchy sketch of every day. Then she did another one, and I don't remember what her other one was. But down here, she timed you for 3 minutes again, and then you printed in all caps, like, today we went shopping. That's all I'm going to do, because I told you the story. I'm not going to write it all out here. But then that's everything. And of course, you know, the composition book could have little white, you know. And then I could do another one over here, how we wandered all over the store looking for IOJ 20. So I want to do a Linda Berry book, but I also want to do a Longfellow book. So I don't know if I'll do Longfellow in this manner. I haven't decided, but I want to cover it. So I thought I would work on that this morning, but not right now. I'm going to finish my postcards. And then the other thing before I start on the postcards, hi Joyce. Good morning, Joyce. Who else slipped in here? Joyce brings the joy. Arlene is here. Kimberly's here. Randy Rabbit. Hi, Randy. Good morning, Randy. Janet Nash. Hi, Janet. Good morning, Janet. Well, I was watching one of your videos, Janet. I don't know if I left a comment. I can't remember. It was the one where, what were you doing? I think you were making a bag or a pouch. I can't remember what you were making it from, though. You were ironing. You were out in the kitchen. What were you doing? You weren't at your desk when the first time. I'd have to go back and I'll tell you, my week has gone so crazy. I can't believe it's Wednesday night. Welcome, Janet Nash. Riri's here. Hi, Riri. Good morning, Riri. Thank you, Arlene. There's Linda Berry's channel. This lady needs to be doing more videos. She is a joy to watch. She is a joy to watch. And who else was I watching this week? Calico Kate. I was watching her after school session with Emerson, was it? So I think it was her granddaughter. Oh, I kind of buffered. You guys might be buffering. I just kind of, my tablet here buffers every now and then. So that was kind of fun to watch. Her granddaughter would draw a line, and then she was supposed to do the same thing that her granddaughter was doing. It was kind of a joy to watch. Mitzi's here. I think I'm caught up with you guys. Hi, Janet. I'm going to send you a pic of my owl. Arlene, Mitzi, Kimberly, Janet Nash, Riri. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's this, I didn't stream this morning. And of course, this is Wednesday, so I never stream on Monday mornings. And then I went back, and this will bring me into what I want to talk about next. I watched Dee Dee too. I didn't watch her. I wasn't in her stream Monday morning, and I watched the replay. And Dee Dee was already thinking about Inktober. That lady was already thinking about Inktober. And I think she's going to do, what is it? Inktober or something like that. She's going to do a SEA theme. And she was doing beautiful calligraphy and sketching and drawing, and she had this great big old paper pad out, just making me ooh and ah over everything. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Hi, Angie. You're going back to sleep? Okay. I didn't sleep last night. I'll probably fall asleep today. Inktober, Arlene says. Yeah. Well, then last night I watched Rosemary. And of course, Rosemary is doing the Farm Fresh. And yeah, it was a joy to be back. I missed them. But I don't think Farm is as cutesy as what they were saying, because for those of you who lived in an agricultural community, it. Of course, they have the country life, she was making, I really loved what she did. She was making these little jars and putting the lids on them, and she did a very nice journal, Rosemary did. But they kept saying cute, and I'm going, no, not cute. Yeah, if you live on a farm, well, I want to read this paragraph of the prologue. This is the Farm Boy book. And what was so interesting is Rosemary, I was showing this the other morning, or the other evening, Sunday evening. Rosemary came in and I showed her this book, Farm Boy. And it's by Archie Lieberman. Is it Archie Lieberman? And it's more expensive than what? I mean, I didn't buy this. Even you, well, I think, is it Melody Loves Art? She said she got it from not on Amazon, but from a second seller. And she paid $5 for hers, but the one that on Amazon was like $28, and I would not have bought this book at $28. And then you look on Goodreads and it's even more. I'm looking for the prologue here, which I guess is here, prologue, and it's the very last paragraph here. This is really a cool book, and it is by, his title page isn't until you get past everything. Archie Lieberman. Wouldn't this make a really nice stencil here? You know, when I was a kid, we would go to, up to where we go shopping now in Hastings, and they have a museum up there that has a planetarium. And right before they start the show, you know, all the stars and everything, up around the border of the ceiling, they have it backlit with the silhouette. And that's what this reminds me of. This would make a really nice stencil. But anyway, I wanted to read you this paragraph because the prologue is written by the author of the book, Archie Lieberman. And he says, I traveled a great deal here and there, but came back to Joe Davis County, and that's where this book takes place. It's in Illinois, around Galena, Illinois. But came back to Joe Davis County periodically to make pictures. After one of my closest friends was killed photographing a war, I went out to the farm to reassure myself that the world somewhere still made sense. And I go, oh, I'm going to enjoy this book. And it's this whole paragraph is really well written. I'm almost going to copy it, or I'm not sure how I'm going. I want to work along with Rosemary. I'm not sure exactly how. But anyway, let me read you this. In the morning, the sun rises over the ridge, and you truly know the day has begun. Roosters really crow, cows moo, pigs oink, church bells toll, and streams swish and gurgle. People work, pray, and play. They sew doilies, quilt, can food, bake wonderful cakes, and eat well. The ground smells the way the ground should. The tractor groans power. The manure spreader enriches the earth. The bees fly to clover. A neighbor on a dusty road waves as he passes in a pickup. The hay is sweet. The scent of silage is slightly intoxicating. The farm dog runs barking alongside the sheep or the cattle he herds. The crickets sing. The birds go about their business. Everything goes about its business in a natural way. In the evening, the sun goes down another ridge, and you know you have lived a sensible day. And I'm just going, yeah, that's how I see farm. You know, it's you know, there's good things to be said about city life too, but the farm life is, well, it's a lot of work. It's not just cutesy and play, and you know, I wish they wouldn't use that word cutesy, but that's okay. You know, that's, I think if they could really get out on a farm and see all of this happening, you wouldn't think of it as being cutesy. It's country, but it's not cutesy. And then the whole book is about this family. I'm not going to read anymore. But look at these pictures. It's all about the Hammer family, Hammer, and they farm near Galena, Illinois. And it starts, he tells the history of how the great-grandfather, whoever it was, came from over from Germany. The railroad was selling off parts of his land, and they bought it and they homesteaded it. And I think they kept it for like 5 generations. And it goes all through this. And it's all about the same family. And I got so interested reading it. I'm clear over here. And I was reading it while I was listening to Rosemary and watching her. I've read all, of course, there's a lot of pictures. But it's mostly about this young man here, and this is the gal he was dating at the time. I don't know how they got those pictures. And here they are after they got married, and they're waiting for their first child here. That's as far as I've gotten. But the pictures are just wonderful. So it's about community and it's about farm life, but it's also about the family. Like, I love this picture. Doesn't she look like what, Minnie Pearl with the flower? She just needs a price tag hanging off of her hat. But this is Aunt Emma. She was never married. She was one of the great grandfather's daughters, and she never married. She lived in Shepville for more than 30 years. She was the church janitor and rang the bell at church. She thought it was her church. In her younger days, she did housework when they had young children. She was 89 when she died. That was in 1969. So, very, very cool pictures. And it kind of goes through the history of this family. Look at this. This is the picture going into the women, the women of the farm. And here it looks like they're having a ladies meeting there. It's not a quilting bee, it's just a ladies group. Who knows what they're talking about? I haven't read that yet. But then here's the children. I love the children. And these pictures are just wonderful. And here's where they're having their Thanksgiving, children. So I want to go along with Rosemary here, but I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to incorporate what she's doing into this book, because I want to journal this book. I kind of hesitate because I know how much. Look at Abrams. It has Abrams here. Harry N. Abrams. Harry Abrams is a book publisher. Where is the beginning of this? Again, Farm Boy. Harry N. Abrams, publishers in New York. I'm going to wonder if he's any relation. But, I was thinking I could use some of these pictures and do cut stencils and do silhouettes, do drawings. And, some of these are just wonderful pictures. And Dee Dee was showing some of her Inktober, and I thought how fun it would be. And of course, I'm not on the same level as Dee Dee, but how fun it would be to incorporate this with Inktober. But by that time, Rosemary will have, in October, she'll have another cool caboodle coming out. Oh, it's mostly about this boy. This is the boy here. He's a married man now, but over here at the very beginning, the farm boy. This is the farm boy. His name is Hammer. And let me show you. Here he is about, I think, 12, something like that. The joys of growing up on the farm. But there's one here where she's, maybe it's before that, where he's a young boy. Well, maybe not. Now, see, I grew up in the country, but my dad did not farm. So I can't say I was a farm girl. We lived out in the country. My parents rented a house but still we were around the farmers. If that makes any sense. I want to find it here where she's measuring his height. I think that's such a cool picture. And he's probably about 10 or 12 there. But this book is mostly about him and the parents. Here he is, older and eating with his dad. I guess he got along really good with his dad. This is his mom. That's his to-be wife and his sister. He has a sister. Here's where they're dating. it's kind of, it's really an interesting story. It's not a novel, so to speak. Like I said, it's kind of all about their family. Look at these pictures. These pictures are just, you know, when they're full page like this, they're just stunning. But I don't think that I'm going to deconstruct the book, but I want to work in the book. And I thought maybe I could even, like that one paragraph that I read to you guys about the farm life, I would love to maybe even take this paragraph, and I don't know about here because it already has it, but maybe in the back, well, this says, this is a Bible verse, but I'd love to expand that in a different font, you know, and handwrite it, that whole paragraph. So, and I thought maybe taking some of the words out of here and do like found poetry would be nice too. And I told Rosemary, well, Sue did call it to her attention, but she didn't say anything. I said, Rosemary, you do need to do some barn quilts. So I thought maybe I'd do some barn quilts. And what else was I thinking? You know what barn quilts are, don't you? On the barns, find a barn. Up here on the barn, well, this one's got a window, but they'll have a big wooden piece, and it's all made out of wood, and it's kind of like a wooden design, a quilt block. It's really cool. And in northern Iowa and northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, they actually have a lot of barns that have those barn quilts on them. So, and then there was something else I was thinking she should do. She did the jars tonight. I can't remember. Oh, corn husk dolls. I'm going to, I got to get out in the yard and get our corn. I'm done here. Get our corn, and I made corn husk dolls. But, you know, for the farm book, you could do, well, corn husk dolls wouldn't fit in here, but it would certainly go with a farm theme. That was the other thing that I was thinking about while Rosemary was. All right, let me look at chat again. Meri is Thursday morning. Yeah. What did I say? Wednesday morning? Did I say it was Wednesday morning? I know it's Thursday morning. Did I call it? You know, sometimes when you're talking and you're just talking off the top of your, I notice I misspeak a lot. When I go back and watch my video, my head is thinking one thing and my tongue says another. So I know it's Thursday morning. Brenda, it's home and a part of you. Arlene says hi. Oh, hi, Jacqueline. Wednesday night. Yeah. Rosemary was on Wednesday night. Rosemary was on, I was watching Rosemary last night, Wednesday night. I'll have to go back and listen to what I said. But like what I'm saying, if you're just, you know, I'm talking, I don't talk according to a script. So you just, you know, I notice that when I talk, I say a lot of things, but my tongue says things my brain's not thinking. I thought it was Tuesday today. It's already been a week. Yeah, I understand, Jacqueline. I understand perfectly. All right. So, Arlene says, I grew up on a farm It wasn't ours. We lived there and worked for our rent. Then my husband and I bought land and ranched in Wyoming until his death. Oh, I didn't know that you actually ranched in. I knew you lived out that way, but I didn't know that you were ranchers, Arlene. Mina says, that gentleman, his dad, looks satisfied and happy. I think he was. If you could actually read, I got so interested in reading. I was watching Rosemary and Susan, but I was also reading this book. Like I showed you how far I'd gotten. It's really about the family. It's their memories of growing up, and I think it's where they farmed was a little bit east of Galena. If you guys know where Galena is in Illinois, it's kind of between Iowa and Illinois. It's along the Mississippi River, I believe, Galena. And I would go through Decatur, Illinois, and Galena. I didn't really go through Galena. I went more through Decatur when I drive back and forth from Nebraska to Wisconsin. But Galena was also where President Grant was from. So, and in fact, I did some urban sketching in Galena. I miss those days. I miss those days of going to urban sketching. I might sneak out in my car and go to the park or sketch some buildings around here. I don't think that would hurt. But we'll see. That's to be determined. Biographical. Brenda says, wouldn't live anywhere else and enjoyed it in a level. My gals are the last generation. One's a nurse and the other's a nurse. They love the farm and help when able, but aren't farmers. She looks like Mrs. Walton, Angie says. Yeah. Brenda says, Arlene, also rain, snow, hot, cold, poop, mud, always sweat. Even sweat when you're working and it's cold. Yeah, I know that. Body sweat, hands, face, and cold. My girls are 4th generation on this farm. Are you living on a farm? Let's go. I'm reading backwards. Brenda says, we were out in the dark last night getting a couple calves. Well, she has to be on a farm. Back on our side of the fence. Then fixing the fence when the storm blew a tree across it during a storm. It's not cute. Yeah, a lot of work, isn't it, Brenda? There is on YouTube, and I just found it. Well, actually, I was kind of seeing what kind of farm video, because I used to watch this farmers, and he was often either Minnesota or Michigan. I can't remember. And I can't remember the name of the channel. And I was watching it on, I lost the channel. They probably unsubscribed me or something. But it would show him out combining and all of that, like a farmer, just his daily life. It's not the Peterson brothers. The Peterson brothers are farmers, but they're more they sing too. But so I knew there was a lot about farm and Nebraska farms on YouTube. So while I was looking at that book and listening to Rosemary, I also did a search on YouTube for Nebraska farms. And I found this one channel, and she must be doing really good because she's big. And she lives in Aurora, Nebraska, where my nephew works. My nephew's not a farmer. He works for a dog food company that used to be IAMS, if you guys are familiar with IAMS, dog food, IAMS. I think they sold out to Mars. Believe it or not, Mars, MARS, that makes your candy bars. Mars bars. They also make dog food. And my nephew works for them, and it's in Aurora. But this lady, and the name of the channel is Farm Girl. and she's doing really good. And I'm going, wow, you know, she lives, well, she's sponsored and everything too. But she lives probably, what, 30 miles to the north of me. It's kind of interesting. And I think the video that I watched was something about life on a farm in Nebraska. Farms aren't cute, Brenda says. You have a cute little animals born. You know, and that's what I was saying. I said cute. Cute is babies and puppies and kitties with big eyes, you know. I don't see farm life as being cute. It's country, but and I'm not sure where they get cute. Maybe because of the, you know, the I can't even say the folk art. It's country, you know, like maybe they're thinking cutesy, like in needlework they used to do a lot of geese patterns and you know, trunks in the attic and that type of thing. But I don't see farm life per se as being cute. It's very, in a way, it's very rugged. And it's very interesting. And I can't, when I say I can't identify to being a farm girl because my dad really never farmed. My parents were not farmers. We lived in the country, but we were around farmers who did farm. And my dad taught school, but in the summertime he worked for a farmer over, well, you guys wouldn't know the town. He worked in I can remember mom would take him in the morning to work, and I don't think I was awake then, but we rode with her to go get her go get him in the evening. He left the car with mom, and we'd go pick him up in the evening. He'd take his lunch with him. He worked for the farmer, help him out, whatever they had to do. So, but I enjoy the theme, and I think Rosemary is handling it well. I didn't see Rosemary's journal that she was making tonight. I did not see it as being cute. Everybody called it cute. I thought it was creative. I didn't. She was doing jars, you know, like canning jars, and she was putting farm photos and farm things on them, and then up at the top she had fabric for the lids, and very, very creative. I guess you could call it cute, but I don't know. Cute just kind of struck me wrong. But I liked what she was doing. I think, and of course I always like listening to Popo. She's so funny sometimes. She speaks her mind. Popo's a joy to listen to. I got things out here that I was going to do for the next owl. Today is my great nephew's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your great nephew, Angie. Arlene says, I enjoy watching the off-grid farmers. I really miss it. Yeah, off-grid farmers are fun to watch. All right, we've got six ATCs, and all I have left to do on these is, because we splattered them with gold, and I need to do the outline, the borders here, and do the postcard. And I'm not sure what kind of a greeting I'm going to put on these. This one's done. No, not this one. This one's done. It has to be something. My address will go up there. Their address will go here. The stamp will go here. I wanted some sort of a greeting. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Thank you, Arlene. Yeah, Popo and Rosemary, they're a team. I mean, they just they put on quite a show. They're very entertaining. Wait a minute. Yeah, they're very entertaining. So somehow I'm thinking that I'm going to journal in that book, but not tear pages out of it. I think that's the way I'm going to treat. But I'm not going to, I want to get my postcards out. That's priority. I'm looking for my, there's this one. Kimberly says, I go to bed early. I didn't sleep a wink last night, Kimberly. I don't know why. We went shopping. It should have tired me out, but it didn't. I was up all night. Now, I won't be in Rosemary's tonight. I'm going to be someplace else tonight, locally here. So I won't even be online. So I'll have to catch up with what she's doing. I think she was going to work. She was showing a truck, a front and the back of a truck. I think she was going to make a journal. And I was thinking, for those of you who watched Rosemary last night and saw, just say this is a jar, like a canning jar. And she had a wider lid here that she put fabric, and then she put images here. You know, whatever image she had. She made several of them. And she had a front cover and a back cover, and then she was talking about different ways to bind it. And I was thinking it would be so cool to make the front and back cover look like a jar. And but by that, I mean, it would still be flat, more like a little box. And then the lid, have the lid not screw, but push on. And then the little journal inside of the jar, which is a box. Will I ever get that done? No. But I was thinking that would make a cool journal and a little holder. And the jar would look like a jar, but you would open it up instead of opening the page, you know, like a journal, opening the cover as a journal, you would lift the lid off of it. That would be fun to do. Of course, that would take some time. Rosemary's gone. Sure, Mary. But she had also said she didn't bind it there. She said, you guys have done this. She was talking about not totally completing everything, because she does a lot. She does a lot in these kits, and I truly appreciate it. I hope she never quits doing a lot. But, you know, most of us who follow Rosemary, there are new people, but most of us know how to bind journals now. We know how to make an accordion journal. You know, there's a lot that we know that Rosemary does not have to show every little step of what she does. And if there's something you don't understand, you can always ask. And if you can't be in the chat, you can email her or messenger on Facebook or leave a comment. Oh, and speaking of comments, there's something new I want to start, and I think I'm going to start it right now. What I want to do is, now we've already kind of because we talked about farms. But what I want to do here, and let me type this in, and I'll explain it. Give me a minute here. And I'll pin it. No. All right. Let me put this in. And what this is, let me pin this. Pin message. Okay. So what this is, what I want to do is, and you guys are really good because you've already done this. You've already talked about if you grew up on a farm, or your memories. Brenda talked about it. Arlene's talked about it. You know, in our discussion of the farm book. But what I want to do is, in my streams, as I'm streaming, I might ask something like, I'm working on postcards now. I might say, how many of you have participated in a postcard swap, or are you making postcards, or, you know, even anything like that to get us, and we talk naturally. But what I want to do is have the discussions sessions in my stream, and then I'm going to go through my chat after the end, after everything's processed. It'll take me a little bit, but I'm going to post the discussion questions as comments on the video, and I'm also going to post them on my community tab. And this is to encourage not only more chat, well, you guys chat naturally. I don't have to encourage you guys to chat, but also comments on the videos. And this is just my own idea to get. I'd like to see more commenting. Janet Nash is really good about commenting on every video. I'm trying to reciprocate to her, but I think I'm just going to throw out discussion questions. I won't do it 20 a stream or anything like that. But yeah, you're all chatty, and you guys have already chatted because I went back and read several things about growing up on the farm. And Brenda was telling how she had to go out. What was it last night in the? I can't remember what it was that you had to do last night. Brenda says, I've lived in Baltimore, El Paso, Los Angeles, big cities, and I prefer the farm and the lack of wall-to-wall people and buildings. Yeah, you know what I notice most of all, and I noticed this even in my college days, because I grew up, well, like I said, we lived in the country, but I went to small schools. But when I went to the university in Lincoln, and I even noticed it in Madison too, the city, and even kind of in our smaller towns like Grand Island, or I can't think of smaller cities where you guys live, like 40,000 people, not 100 or 200,000 people. But there's this hum of all the motors, you know, and it's really noticeable. If you live in the country, it's really peaceful and quiet. You'll hear a tractor or maybe a car going by, but in a town or a city, there's this, if you're outside, there's this constant hum around you of all the motors. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's just this constant hum. And when I lived in Madison, well, and when I lived in Lincoln too, when I lived in Lincoln, when I went to the university, I was in the dorm and on football Saturdays. and football was a big thing. When I went to university, we were number one. I mean, we really had a good football team. I don't think they're doing so well now, but it was a big thing then. And you could be 5 blocks away, and when there was a touchdown or something, you'd hear this general roar. It was everybody cheering. It was the crowd noise in the stadium. And when I lived in Madison, I'd be out on the back patio and I'd be listening to the general noise of the city. And it just reminded me of that roar of the stadium. It's very quiet when you're out in the country. And the sunsets. Oh my goodness, the sunsets. I don't see the sunsets like you see sunsets here in town, in a small town. You know the sun is setting. It's pretty, but it's nothing like a country sunset. You get out and you see those beautiful, beautiful sunsets. I should take and just walk out some summer night when the sun is setting, a really pretty sunset, and go out. And this would be a good time of the year to do it too. I'd have to cheat a little, but it's a whole different life. It's just that it's the nature too. And there's danger growing up on a farm and doing that farm work. Farmers certainly have to watch their safety and all of that. Arlene said, when there are no neighbors, it is a different kind of noise. Katydids and birds and animals and natural sounds can be as loud, but so beautiful. Yeah, that's true. Oh, and the irrigation wells. Now, we don't hear irrigation wells now in our part of the country because they do sprinklers. But when I was growing up in the summer, like in July and August, all the farmers would be irrigating. And you would hear these wells at night, and the frogs. Oh, the frogs! And of course, we hear the crickets now, and the tree frogs. We hear those. I love the tree frogs. I love to hear them sing. And we hear those even in town. But irrigation wells when I was growing up, it's a memory. Kimberly says, yes, I get that. We are on 10 acres and also beside a cornfield. Yeah. But city life is good too. I'm not downplaying city life, but when you grow up on a farm, it's a whole different life. Or even in the country. I'm trying to think of other things that I experienced while I was growing up. Of course, my dad did not farm. He was not a farmer as a profession. But our neighbor man, he farmed. He rented the farmland. My parents rented the house, the farmhouse that I'm thinking of. And, I should sketch a picture of that house. I should do a painting of it because I can close my eyes and be there. It's still that vivid to me. We had a country lane, and it was on the west side of a country road, and the driveway was probably about a block long, and halfway through it were, on each side of the road, were 2 mulberry trees. And you know what mulberries are. In the summertime, when they bear fruit, those mulberries would be all over the road. We'd ride our bicycles over those mulberries. And they would make, if I don't see very many mulberry trees anymore, but talk about eco-dye. I'll bet you mulberries would make beautiful eco-dyeing. I'm going to have to ask my brother if he knows of any mulberry trees around. He probably doesn't, but I could ask my neighbor, my friend, too. And we had more snow back then. We had a lot more snow, and maybe it just seemed bigger to me because, you know, I was a child. But we had a thicket. As you go down this, our house was on the west side. This is facing west. And we had this country driveway with a mulberry tree here and a mulberry tree here. And then there were little trees off in there. The school bus, sometimes it didn't come down our driveway, but sometimes it did. And it would go off this way and come around this way. And then you could go off this way. And then the windmill would be over here. We had a windmill and a cow tank. And over here was more trees. And we had a garden in here. And this was all fence. And then there was an old shed over here. And there was a cave. That cave would scare me. I guess the door was over here. And then there was an outdoors facility over in here. And there were trees all up in there. And then there was a thicket over here. And then this was all just grass and pasture. But when it snowed in the winter, it would cover that entire thicket. And they had to be probably 8 feet tall. And, well, I guess I said our house was up in here. Oh, our house is over here. And I can still see that house. It had a porch. It had a window here. It had a window here. It had an upstairs. This was my sister's room. Downstairs was the downstairs bedroom where my mom and dad slept. My brothers were up here, and then there was a west room up in here. And the living room, and a big old country kitchen, a back porch, and a back porch over here. I scribble a lot here, but I could probably paint that and do like an acrylic painting of that growing up in that house. And I probably my second grade through through freshman, we lived in that house. And then my parents, she sold the farm, and they tore the house down, and my parents moved to another small town about 15 miles away. And then I went to a big school where I had 28 classmates. Well, I only had 5 in this small school. And then when I graduated and went to the university, oh my goodness, from a class of 28 to I don't know how many were in my freshman class at the university, but it was like the student body at the university was, at that time, was like 40,000. And I wasn't terrified, but I was kind of a lost soul back then for my first year. And I think I've talked about that then. I had a lot of growing up to do. But I'm glad I look back on it now, and I'm glad that I went, because it's made me who I am now. I've failed a lot, but also you don't go through life being perfect all the time. If you never fail, you never learn. You never learn. I'm not saying I failed the university, but I'm just saying I didn't have my life all mapped out for me, and I was finding myself. It was more of a find yourself type thing. I didn't know who I wanted. Well, I wanted to teach art, but that's a whole nother story. Memories got me reminiscing here. Farm life. And we would pick cherries. We lived in this house, and you go down, like here's our house here. You go down a half mile here, and there was a road, and you go this way. We had neighbors here. We had neighbors here. You keep going on that road, and there was this big old pond. We called it Art Carey's Pond. And that time it had a lot of water and everything in it. It's all dried up now, probably pasture land now. But if you come down this way, this is where Art Carey lived. And he had a cherry orchard. And we'd go out there and pick those cherries. Mom would can those cherries. Now, you try to buy a quart of cherries canned, you're paying $20 for a quart of canned cherries. And I was thinking about Mom, how she used to can all those cherries. A whole different life. Scribble life. Arlene says, gotta go. Be back after a while. Okay, Arlene. Hi, Carol. Welcome, welcome. Hi, the artsy nurse. Welcome, welcome. Brenda says, my oldest daughter went to college with a student body of 7,000 in Alabama, a small town, but she felt like she was in a big city after living on a farm. Yeah. Oh, I need to do the fronts of these. And in this book that I was reading, Farm Boy, he would talk about the difference between the town kids and the country kids. And he'd talk about like going to town and how it was so different because, you know, you grow up in the country. Growing up in the country, you're doing chores. And he was saying how his dad was his best friend. I don't know if it's particularly that way now. But I can remember when we went, after my parents moved, when I was in high school, I felt like there was a difference between the town kids and the country kids. The country kids in that, when I went to school, my last 3 years, my sophomore through my senior years, most of the kids, not all of them, but most of them were Mennonite. And there was a definite difference there. But kids are kids. I mean, a teenager is a teenager. Don't get me wrong there. But there's a different lifestyle of growing up in the country and growing up in this, even in a small town. And then you have the farm kids who are not religious related, you know, their not Mennonite. There were the kids that participated in 4-H. 4-H is very much a farm activity for kids, and it is even today. You know, they raise their cows and their sheep and their pigs, and they go to the county fairs, and that's big around here. The county fairs, it's a big write-up in the local paper. The local paper really celebrates all the kids. Sports is a big thing. Our paper, and even in the towns and the smaller towns, sports is a big thing. And it was a really big thing when I was growing up, but it's still pretty big. The ball games and it's big in the sense that when you grow up in a small school, it's like everybody has a part. You know, in a larger school, you can go to the game and cheer them on, but you're going to a game along with 500 other kids. And parents would make sloppy joes and chili on game nights, and we'd have hot dogs. The food was not purchased. The food was cooked by the mothers of the town in our small community. Cinnamon rolls. They'd buy candy bars. You could buy candy bars, but there'd be chilies. Somebody would make a big old pot of chili, and sloppy joes and hot dogs is what I remember for food at the ball games. Of course, they'd have volleyball game on game nights were usually Tuesday and Thursday and Friday nights, depending on what the week was like. And they'd have volleyball first, and I wasn't a good sports person. I was too clumsy and uncoordinated. But I went to the games. I enjoyed it. I'd sit up there in the bleachers and cheer them on. Or I thought I was cheering. Oh, dearie me. Now, if I remember right, when I varnish these, I've got to be very careful because I think the varnish can move this ink. I'm going to have to do a trial here. This one's done. This one's done. And that one's done. All right, so now I'm getting there. All I have to do now is let's get out that one that has the So I could probably speak more to growing up in the country and in the rural area than I could growing up in town. My experience of in-town living or city living happened after I went to the university, and it was more of an adult thing for me than, visiting Santa Claus at the department store at Christmas. We never did that. We had Santa Claus. We had church plays and operettas. Mrs. Goins would always do the operetta. She called them operettas. And she'd decorate the little country school all up with her beautiful Christmas decorations. And I memorized. When I was young, memorizing was something I could do. And they assigned me, and maybe that's one thing why I'm good at just chattering online. They assigned me this story, and it was a page long, and I had to recite that whole thing from memory. And I can remember my sister, this was when it was before 6th grade, because I was in 6th grade when my sister graduated, and I can remember her standing behind the curtain and prompting me if I forgot my forgot the line, which I think I only forgot where I was once or twice when I looked out, saw all those people out there, probably 25 mothers and fathers. And of course, they all oohed and awed, but I'll bet you not one of them heard what I was saying. Oh. And then when I'm just talking my memories, when I was in second grade, and I'm sure you guys have heard this story before. We used to play with the neighbor girl, and we were out behind her barn, and we were playing around. They had behind the barn, they had a little fenced area with a cement floor where they kept hay and everything for their animals, for their cows. And we were jumping off of that fence into the hay bales. Well, I was trying to convince them, which would be my brother, my younger brother, and the little neighbor girl, that, the fence probably was no more than 3 or 4 feet high, but, I was in second grade, it was tall to me. Oh, I can walk across the top of this fence without falling. Well, I fell and I broke my leg, but I didn't know it was broken. I just knew I couldn't walk. And so I was hobbling, and they hobbled me to the front yard, and her mother looked out and, what's wrong? What's wrong? And take her home. She didn't even come out. She just told her daughter to. So they put me on the back of the bicycle, and she pedaled me home, and I broke my leg just trying to prove that I could balance myself on the top of that fence. And my dad came home, and my mom said, I think she can't walk. My dad, felt my leg and everything, and he said, I think she's broke her leg. We're going to have to take her to the hospital. And what I remember of that, I don't remember. I was in the hospital. Then they kept you for a couple days, at least a day. I can't remember how long I was there, but I can remember. I don't remember going out to the car, but I remember my dad carrying me from the car into the hospital, and they put me on a gurney, and I can remember looking up and watching the ceiling as they were wheeling me, not to an operating room, it was probably to the doctor's office. I don't remember that part, but I do remember my dad carrying me into the hospital. Yeah, the things you remember. All right, on the back here, I think I'm just going to say, what did I call this? I called it the Nature Fall Giveaway postcard. Okay, I'm just going to call it Fall Nature ATC. Fall/Nature ATC. And then I'm just going to say October 2022. And then I just think I'll sign it. And put the Meri Atelier. And we're going to do that with all of these. I think I'll underscore these others. Yeah, growing up in a small school, I'm glad we grew up in a small school. It has advantages and disadvantages. I never learned Spanish. I never learned how to play the piano. I did learn how to play the clarinet, but I wasn't good at it. I was I guess you could say a B student. This one's different. I'm going to leave it like that. I remember my senior year, we had a music program, and I was our band was in a semicircle like this, and our director, our band leader was here. And I played the clarinet, and I was behind. I was right there. And I was supposed to, when we were ready to start, I was supposed to blow my horn. Something, I can't remember exactly what I was supposed to do. And I probably never even understood it then. But I can remember, you have to think the auditorium is here, and you got all these people out here watching you. And I'm going, I'm supposed to blow my horn. I couldn't get I couldn't get a sound out of that clarinet for love nor money. And I knew it too. I was trying to get my horn to play. That's just how crazy it was for me back then. I was okay by myself, but I wasn't good in the group like that. And, the gal up here, the gals up there were first chair. I was second chair. These are second chair here. And boy, I'll tell you, you could tell that they had music lessons all their life because they were good and they knew it. And they could do all this clarinet, all the up and down the keys and the whole thing. I couldn't even get a toot out of my horn when we had our concert. I laugh about it then. I mean, now I didn't laugh about it then. It was a big deal. I was embarrassed. Couldn't get a toot out of my horn. My girls went to pre-K through 8th grade in school, 300, 400 kids. Then bused to high school with 1,500. The teachers, and they could tell the country kids by their manners and their behavior. Yeah, I think country kids are held to I better make that an A. They're held to a different standard, and they're watched more. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a small town, everybody knows if you mess up. I wasn't perfect. I can remember, I'm just telling you my memories while I'm writing off these ATCs. I was in high school, my senior year. We weren't the best. But I can remember we had a slumber party, and we were teenagers then, and we went out. Here's the small town here, had a highway going out here, and it had a country highway here, had a stop sign there, and there'd be grain trucks and everything and cars. Well, it was early in the morning, and we would be out there. We'd get and lay down in the middle of the road. We'd dare each other to lay down in the middle of the road. I only did it once, but I made sure no cars were coming. I thought it was kind of crazy, but we did it. Craziness. That's probably about the wildest thing I did. I was a little bit quiet. Never participated. I didn't drink or smoke or run around. It was all going on. Not that it didn't happen, because it happened. But I wasn't a part of it. I was too quiet. I was on the quiet side of life. But I'll tell you this, if my high school friends would listen to me now versus how they knew me back then, they wouldn't know me now. Because I can get online and just chatter away. I would not been able to do this in high school. Although I will say we had a speech contest, and I went in the contest in extemporaneous speech. And that's just where you're given a topic, you don't know what they're going to give you, and you talk about it. You give a speech on something extemporaneously, and that was the category I went in. And I think that kind of helped me. Told you all my memories growing up. Not all of them. I told you some of them. There's more. Bicycle. Oh, I wanted a bicycle. I was probably in 2nd grade then. I would be the happiest girl in the world if I had a real, a big girl bike. I can remember sitting out on the back porch one afternoon, and I said, I would be the happiest girl in the world. And I actually said that. I'd be the happiest girl in the world if I had a big girl bike. And that very day, my dad came home with a big girl bike. And it was blue, like all girls' bikes should be blue. And it was a girl's bike. And it was a 2-wheeled bike. It wasn't a little bike with 24-inch bike with training wheels. It was a big girl bike. And I was the happiest girl in the world for that summer. Bye, Shannon. Have a sweet dreams. I think I bored you guys silly. I'm sorry. When you guys go off to sleep, I forget it's in the morning. It's not at night. I don't think you guys got enough sleep last night. I didn't sleep a wink. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I'll probably sleep during the day. This is the last one. And I think I should get me some spray varnish, because I was going to do that. I got birthday money coming. I think I'll order me some. All right, that's all I have left to do is varnish these. Let's get this scribble off of there and get this off. And I'll probably get them addressed today. I'm going to make it I've got some bills. Went to the bank yesterday, so I got bills to pay, and I'll send off the postcards and ATCs. So, let's see. I think I'll experiment on one first, and if it's too bad, I won't do that. I'll do this one for me. But I think if you go lightly, you'll be okay. If I remember right. I'm going to pour some of this varnish in here and dip my brush in it. It's probably more than I need. And I think I'll use this brush. I use this for something. And it will be brush strokes. I got it really thick in here. Yeah. You can't swipe it too much or you'll smear it. I think I'm okay. I get a towel out here. You're not bored, Mina says. Oh. Well, Mina, I am so thankful for my birthday present. That's so cool that you would do that. Let's turn it this way and go this way. And I can tell by how the light shines on this. I think I should take these and put them up to the side and let them dry. I don't think I'll varnish the back. It's permanent ink, so it should be okay. Put them up here and let them dry. Yep, each one's handmade. Who, Omers? Welcome, Omers. Carol says she's here finishing up her monsters in her journal. Carol, you do such beautiful art. All those posts that you do of your art, they just totally amaze me. Totally amaze me what you do. Believe it or not, I've got varnish on that whole postcard. I can tell by the way the light shines on it. Omers, are you a art channel? Are you just here for the chat, or do you have a channel? Let me check you out. Go to channel. I like to check out new people. Omers, subscribe. Oh, you're international. I can't read your, and I probably don't have a translate on my tablet. I would give you shout outs, but I don't know what you're saying. What nation are you from? It looks like where are you from, Omer? You're here for the chat. Oh, you're from Israel. Well, welcome. I was going to say it looks like it's I was going to say well, I would probably be wrong. I was thinking Eastern. I was thinking Arabic, but Israeli. Near East, I guess you could say. You're 17 and you used to upload these stupid fashion videos. You're from Israel. You love art and drawing along. Well, you should do some art videos. That's okay to do fashion if that's what you're interested in. You know, everybody has a different talent and a different, you know, we just like our art journaling, and we do postcards and That's what I'm doing now. We do what we call prompt games. I don't know if you've seen any of those online. Several channels do them, where you have art prompts and like 10 or 12 of them. That's where these postcards came from, only I kind of simplified them down. I went off on my own rabbit trail on these. But this was a fall theme. Well, I asked everybody to give me prompts, and this is what they said: animals and pumpkins and apples and mushrooms. They said circles, and I made a moon. Now, put that one up there. I got one more postcard. You have to do a pretty light touch with this permanent marker because this varnish can smear it. It's permanent, but the varnish has probably an alcohol or something in it that would, permanent, anything permanent can be wiped off with alcohol or hand sanitizer, or not wiped off, but smeared, reactivated. This is the last postcard. So you kind of have to do a really light touch and not go over it, not hit it too much. I think I got, well, there's a little in here. Alrighty. I'm going to put that one over there. And notice I have not been dipping my brush in water after I've done this. I dip it back in the, but if I dipped it in water, it would get really wet. And this is a satin varnish. This is Hobby Lobby's brand. Now, I think Dee Dee uses a sponge. I can't remember what Dee Dee uses. Aunt Beck uses a brayer to do it. They don't like the brush strokes. I don't mind brush strokes because I say, hey, I'm an artist. Brush strokes are fine with me. But a lot of people don't like to see the brush strokes when they varnish. And this is a kind of a mop brush, so you don't really see many brush strokes on this. You might see a few. And they'll dry pretty fast. This varnish dries pretty fast. And I'm kind of wiping my brush off, but just in case it gets any ink on it, but I haven't seen much. Israel. So what time is it in Israel? Are you still here, Omer? You're here for the chat. She's 17. Are you a female or a male? I can't tell, but I'm thinking you're a female. You love art and drawing along. You're thinking about it for a long time. I might start. Yes, you should start doing some art videos. I'm not into fashion anymore. I used to when I was 15. Well, that's okay. It's a part of growing up. Finding yourself what you enjoy. My fashion when I was 15 was a pleated skirt and a cotton button-down blouse. That's what we wore mostly in our school days. And then our pep club sweaters. Oh, dear. And then when we got older and went to college, it was pantsuits and in the 70s. You're 17, so growing up in the 70s is probably like your grandma and grandpa. But I grew up, my teen years were the late 60s and the 70s. And like I said, in high school, it was pleated skirts and cotton button-down collars, blouses. And, of course, at the university, we wore jeans and sweaters and stuff like that. But after I got out working, it was pantsuits. I wouldn't be caught dead in a pantsuit now. Now I wear leggings and blouses that I get at the thrift store around the house. That was the last one. Now I can wash it. But I'm not sure I want to wash it in that water. I'm going to wash it in this cleaner water. I have to clean my water after I stream today. I have to dump out my water. And I think that's good. Alrighty. So they're done. Now I just got to let them dry and address them. 1424. Is that almost 2:30, I think. You're actually wearing secondhand clothes at the moment. I love having clothes with stories. Yeah, you know, I'm wearing, well, I have leggings on, but I get my, especially as I'm working in here with my art stuff, because when I splatter everywhere, and I'm always getting my hands in paint, and if I had long sleeves, it would be kind of painty. So I buy the clothes that I art in, well, and that I wear around the house when I work out in the garden, you know, when I work out in the yard. I don't wear store-bought clothes. I've got some extra varnish. What shall I varnish? I saw that. Shall I smear a little varnish on my plaid? Let's smear a little. Let's just dump it on here. And I don't want to get my brush dirty again. It's just, well, I guess there isn't that much. I'll wipe that out. Hold on. Let's get that towel out. Well, I guess I'll have to get a clean one because I don't know where that one went off to. Let's kind of wipe this out. So, I'm making good progress. This is paper. This is the first plaid that I did. Let's see what I have over here. I am doing a plaid painting on fabric. This is a cotton, I believe it was. Cotton. And this is as far as I got with the taping. And this is several days old now. Let me move all of this because it's going to get knocked off if I don't. Where am I going to put it all? Well, these can go over here. I want that out. Water. Penelope, I'm going to move you to a safe spot. Penelope is my pincushion doll, kind of a mascot that I've had for years, a studio mascot. We just restuffed her not too long ago. This ink needs to be put away. And I put all those cards there. I guess I'm going to set this down behind me. We are going to, if I can find my painter's tape, I think here it is. We're going to finish this off. Every place that is taped with the blue tape, will stay this orange color. I'm going to paint this black and I was experimenting here. I pulled the tape here. This had blue tape on it, so I should probably put another piece there. So orange, black, black, orange, black, and this piece went here. So this is orange. It looks black, but it's really orange because that's blue tape painted black. It went over here. So what I need to do is get out a big strip of painter's tape, if I can find the beginning of it. About this long, maybe a little longer. Yeah, get off of my finger there. Let's just tear it off. This is fabric, painted fabric. What I'm doing is a plaid design that I'm going to make a fall gnome doll out of it. I saw some at the dollar store, Dollar General, and they wanted $5 for them. I'm going to make mine. And the hat, the gnome hat, was plaid. And so I decided I'd learn how to paint plaid. It's a good experiment. Now we're going to use this. This was on release paper, Cricut release paper. And we're just going to cut. Oh, I had it all, then I bumped it. Let me tape that down if I can. And fold this under. And I think this is an inch here. So I think I can get away. This is kind of nice because I think I can get away with cutting an inch, not with those scissors. Where are my big scissors? Hi, Paula. Where am I from? Omer? Is it Omers or Omer? Is it you're spelling your name OMER''S. Is it Omer? And then you're just saying Omers is like your channel name. I am from in the central state in the United States, in a state called Nebraska. And I live almost down to the Kansas border in a small town. A small town I don't think we have 1,000 people. I think it's probably about 800 now, I'm guessing. It used to have 1,000. People come and go. Kids graduate from high school. Sometimes the farm families move in and retire. We got an apartment building and a nursing home and an assisted living and a bank, and then we've got a grocery store back. I think I'll only need 3 of these. We'll try it. Except I want to put it on this way. And it's hard for me to see where I'm going because I'm looking across the table. So I always go crooked. If I can't get it a little straighter here. And I'll be able, I think, to cut it down the center. Maybe I'll match these up. And we'll put a little on here. And the reason I do this is because it's easier to cut. I want to cut this in half. And if I tried cutting it without putting this release paper on it, my scissors would stick to the tape. And it kind of sticks here at the end anyway. But after I get it cut, I don't need the release paper anymore. This is just there so I can cut it. It sounds peaceful. Well, it is peaceful, but Omer, it's not perfect either. I mean, people are people no matter where you go. We have our share of problems. Maybe not as many because we don't have as many people. But in the United States now, in general, we're experiencing, our youth is, and I'm just talking off the tip of my tongue here. I'm not an authority on it, but when I was growing up, we didn't have, well, they were probably out there, but the general youth population did not do a lot of drugs. And I worry about the kids nowadays because drugs are readily available for kids. And I don't mean that legally available, but it's a whole different world from when I was growing up. And it kind of worries me. Now, I had this taped down, I think. I don't know if I want to keep it taped down. This is longer than... And I'm trying to cover up this. It might, if I paint this again, I might still get some black in there. I think I was experimenting with putting some medium on here. But I'm not going to do that across everything. I'm just going to put it like that. Okay. Now this is tape here. So this will be orange. This will be black, orange, and then black. And then I want a row of 1 inch going here. I think I was trying to make them a little smaller than 1 inch wide. The orange, or the black right here. What is orange is going to be black, and what is blue, and this was orange. This is painted. We were experimenting with that area. So what is orange is going to be black, and what is blue is going to be orange. If that makes any sense. And now we're going to do this one. And I think that's probably will take me to the end of it. And I'm not, this is Meri playing. I don't teach or anything like that. This is not a tutorial. And my community certainly knows I make a lot of mistakes. I learn. You guys learn right along with me. I like to experiment a lot. Like I've never painted plaid before. And I painted on fabric before, but I never tried to make a plaid fabric. And then we're going to end it off with another orange strip here. Right in. I guess right at the very end. And this is only half of it. After we get this painted, throw these away. These are, I might save that, but these are too little for me to use again. So I'm going to paint this whole area black now. And if I go over this, it doesn't hurt because when I lift it up, it will be orange underneath. But you need to make sure that you burnish the tape down. And these have been on here for a few days. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. We were working on this and I put it away and I worked on that owl. And this is tape here. That's not, it's painted tape. I'll be lifting that up. And I expect some of that paint to leak under. It's just going to leak under. And what do I have here? I taped it onto that board. Let's get this stuff out from underneath. I expect some of it to, you know, and I should have got black paint today. I was at Walmart. I was so frustrated with that lady. Don't cross this line. All right, all right. I just want my composition books. You can't have them till after 6. Oh, I went to the service desk and I was treated much nicer. She must have been having a bad day. You know, I can get away with reacting with my gray hair. My white hair, I'm more the little lady. You know what I'm saying? The little old lady. Not a Karen, but if I get upset, I can get away with it more than if I was upset and 25 years old. What are you talking about out there? Oh, there's Becky. Good morning, Becky. How are you today? She said a bit better. She's feeling a bit better. Today has brought the addition of a sore throat. Oh, Becky. Becky, Becky, Becky. We're thinking you. I know how that goes. Get out the old throat loss. My throat has pretty well cleared up now. I'm going to get this off of here. I don't want that painting. Becky, I showed your postcard. I got your postcard. I showed it earlier. Let's get these. I still have my hollyhock. In Rosemary's chat, one of the people had asked about pressing petunias. Now, this is not a petunia. This is a hollyhock that's been pressed in my big book and dried, but it stuck to the page. And they were asking about the petunias being so sticky. Could they press them? And this kind of stuck to the page, but I took my palette knife. I don't have it readily available now, but I just kind of gently put it under there, and you just kind of gently work it off. So I'm going to try to, maybe I'll go out today, but I'm going to make a doll out of this. I've been saving it. Let's get all my words off here. I think I did these with the nature theme. I don't want to get them painty. I got to put these in a safe spot. I don't want to. And I can put my... Where's a safe spot in this room? That's what I need to know. Where is the safe spot? Becky, I finished my postcards this morning. Here is Becky's postcard that she sent me. Let me stand up. Isn't that cool? She did the same. We did a dirty dozen, a double dirty dozen, and this is Becky's. It's got a, I think, is that an, what kind of an animal is that? I want to say it's a, what is it, Becky? I can see the eyes. And I can see the little mustache. Is that a doggy? A raccoon. Oh, okay. Because I can see the little, it's a raccoon. Oh, it's cute. Now I see it. And here's a pumpkin. And I'm trying to make this out. I'm looking in my camera. What was this in here? Becky can interpret it for me. Oh, it's a mushroom. It's a mushroom with the designs. And this is another mushroom. And I think these are the apples. Did you draw them in black? They look like apples with little stems on them to me. Yeah, these are the mushrooms. I got that. Very cool, Becky. I really do like it. Very, very cool. Thank you so much. You're going to get one of my finished ones. I won't say it's as good as yours, but all right, let's paint black. And my paint is pretty juicy, so I've been putting it in this lid and putting a little wax paper. So, and my board is warped here. So the paint, if I don't take precautions, it'll run. A raccoon. Your apples were red paint. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Forgive me. Forgive me my silliness. I need black paint. I should have got more black paint at Walmart today. I want to tell my brother I want to go back. He'd probably take me back. He said he'd take me to the thrift store today, but I just didn't feel like I wanted to make him sit out in the car. It was kind of hot out yet today. This one is not quite as runny as that other bottle. I grabbed the right bottle. And let's get I'm going to use this brush. I use it to glue and probably painted black with it last. This is a general ooey brush. I need to wash them all out. Okay, so I can paint this whole area here black. And it will probably smear underneath of my, I'm not expecting a pretty line here. I'm just expecting a line. But I don't think my paint is as runny. When your paint's more watery, I think it has a tendency to leak under the tape bit. I might get away with it. We'll see. And this is just craft paint. Nothing expensive in my world. I had a laugh tonight when I was looking at those farm videos. I ran across the video of, but it was a lady, a young couple. I think they were traveling from California to back east. And they stopped at this small town in Nebraska that used to be a town, she said. Had a population of 160. I'm going, well, that's not a bad town for Nebraska. But she was showing all the deserted buildings, and it still has post office, she said. And I'm going, oh, don't come to Harvard. And she was walking up and down the empty main street and, you know, showing how deserted it was and how it used to have 2 grocery stores and blah, 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 blah. I was sitting there going, yeah, I'll bet there's some deserted towns where you live too. You're just not showing them. And I had to laugh because that small town was a town we used to play in basketball when I was in high school. It still had a high school when I was in high school. I can remember going there. We'd get on those school bus would leave at 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, and maybe a half-hour drive. You know, we'd play it volleyball at 7 o'clock, and the game would probably be over about 7:30, and 7:45 the junior high basketball would start, and then they'd play for 45 minutes, an hour, and then the high school basketball. Or 2 basketball games, if I remember right. That may be wrong. I don't remember if there was 1 basketball game or 2. I seem to remember it was volleyball and 2 basketball games on game night. It was a big deal when I was growing up, and that town had a school back then. And one lady who said, you missed all the nicer houses in town. There are probably were some nice houses. There's some nicest houses here where I live. Meri, can you not drive at all now? Angie, I can drive. I see just fine. What I'm not seeing fine is the small print. I can read all the I'm not incapable. They won't pass my driver's test because of I can't read the small print, and it's part of the testing. But I could probably drive around here. In fact, I think I could drive over to the park. I'm not gonna meet any traffic. My brother took me today, Angie. And if I go out, I'll either go with my brother or my new friend here in town. She's offered to take me some places if I want to go. I'm pretty much a homebody, though. I can stay at home for 3 or 4 weeks at a time. And Becky, I did talk to the doctor's office, and I think I'll know more after October 5th. But I asked her how much it was going to be for the initial, and it's $150 for the initial appointment, plus any testing that they do. And I can afford that. What I can't afford is thousands and thousands of dollars. And what she said, and what I'll know more about, she said, we just expect you to pay on it every month, is what she told me. Now, whether that means for just this or if it means for the whole thing, I don't know. I'll know more later. But I truthfully think I can budget and pay for it myself. It'll take me some time to pay it off. And that's why I need to cut down on my caboodles and auction halls and stuff like that. All right. Let me throw this away, even though I'm going to be doing the other side. Paula says, that is awesome, Kimberly. What did Kimberly say? I made a scarecrow yesterday for my garden. Oh my goodness. He is so cute. I have to go hang him up. We got a scarecrow in the closet, Kimberly. I'm going to pull him out. Our garden, we need rain so desperately. We need rain so desperately here. The garden is just bone dry. I didn't even try to plant a fall garden. It wouldn't thrive. I mean, it's just bone dry. So I'm going to go out. Our corn, our sweet corn, we harvested the sweet corn. We've been enjoying sweet corn and tomatoes from the garden. And I'm going to go out. The sweet corn is all done. I'm going to go out and pull the stalks out and pull the husks off, and I'm going to make a corn husk wreath. Oh, and that's my next deal here. Let me type this in. Hold the phone until I'm done here. I have to hunt and peck on this tablet. Becky, what I'm doing, let me pin this. What I'm doing and what I'm going to start doing in my chats is I'm putting in discussion questions. Now, Kimberly was talking about making a scarecrow, and she's going to put it out in her garden. I want to know what kind of fall decorations you guys are making. Now, Becky did that owl, and I thoroughly enjoyed that owl. And I'm crocheting a pumpkin. I'm still working on my crocheted pumpkin, and I'm going to follow along with Becky's owls. Oh, Brenda's going to a book fair. She's showered, dressed, and out the door to run to the book fair. Probably listen on the way. Have a great day. Have a great day, Brenda. Riri says, I make a wreath for just about every holiday. Oh, how cool is that? What kind of a wreath are you making, Riri? Fall bows? Fall bows. Angie said, oh, Angie makes these wonderful cloth bowls. Everybody loves them. She's doing fall ones. Sophia. Hi, Sophia. She says, possibly make some stuff with the boys. We do a weekly art class. I do home ed, and Fridays are art days. Oh, cool. We make a fall leaf wreath. Mobile last year. Oh, we made a fall wreath. A fab, I'm sorry, I'm reading off of my tablet. A fab leaf wreath mobile last year. Large wooden leaves. Ooh, that sounds cool. That too. I want to pull those corn husks down, and you have to soak them, clip them up nice and soak them, and then you can use them to make wreath or corn husk dolls. Or so I'm going to be tearing my garden up, and I think I'll try to get my brother show me how to till it. And then I'm going to rake the leaves over it. And then in the spring, we'll till the leaves in. Angie said, you've already made Christmas bows. Oh, wow. Sophia says, we painted them ourselves and used stencils on them and hung them up on a ring that we decorated with faux, F-A-U-X, autumn leaves. It was lovely. I'll bet it sounds lovely. Omer says, we don't have Halloween, but I make some silly decorations for fun and hang them in my house school. Oh, cool. Well, I'm not much of a Halloween person either, Omer. But I do like fall, like the leaves and corn husks, and uh, around here you get a lot of pumpkins and scarecrows and stuff like that is big. You don't have to do ghosts and goblins and bats. Although I do enjoy watching the kids dress up. And I enjoy the trick-or-treaters on Halloween. We get quite a few trick-or-treaters here. We're a small town, so there's not a real big fear of kids going out trick-or-treating. In fact, last year when the kids came trick-or-treating, some of them had these big blow-up costumes, and one was like a prehistoric monster. And I opened the door, and here was this 9-foot Tyrannosaurus Rex staring down at me. What did Nina say? My fall decorations, I'm planning on cutting fall leaves, embroidering them. Oh, how cool. You've never done that before. Some experimenting will be necessary. You know, Nina, let me grab onto this. It would be fun to do fall leaves in the same way that we did this heart with Becky when she did doing her heart. Well, we did sashiko stitching on it. I don't know if Becky did, but I did sashiko stitching. And it's just, I didn't have any batting. I got batting now, but this is just flannel in between the fabric here. It would be fun to do some fall leaves this way and even do a wreath of them, because it's just sashiko straight running stitches. You got me going, Nina. Paula says, I may make an owl too, new to Becky's channel. I need to finish that video. Yeah, you know, that owl is not hard to make. I had trouble with it because I was using a really stiff fabric. It was a jacket at one time. But you know, it's not hard to make that owl. It's a nice basic design. I mean, it's got the ears up here and the body comes down this way, and you put on button eyes, and there are a lot of really cute ones out there. Yeah. Paula says, oh, Riri, I've been wanting to make some paper too. What did Riri say? I really want to make some eco paper with huge dog leaves. Ooh. Riri says, I want to owl too. Paula says, oh, Riri, I've been wanting to make some paper too. What do you mean with the big, beautiful dog leaves, dogwood? Carol says, we will be doing some of that on the scroll Saturday embroidering fall. I've got to watch you on Saturday. I think I caught you guys right at the end, your last half hour or so on Saturday. I was up later than I intended, but I didn't stay up too late Friday night. I wasn't up at all hours, but I was later than I intended. And when I stream late, I have trouble getting up the next morning. I'm going to take this tape off if I can. It might be a little stuck on here because it's been a while. Come on. Can't get my finger under it. Where's my... I pile everything up over to the side. Here's my palette. Well, that one's... Come on, here. Let's get my palette knife under there. Boy, it doesn't want to come up. It's stuck on the bottom. All right. Let's see what happens when I pull this. I don't know if it's going to pull off the fabric or not. is still stuck on the foam board. There we go. Oh, maybe that's what we need to do when we pull this. Let it sit a couple days. Look, that pulled real nice. I'll bet you this over here will still be kind of wet. This pulled really nice. Not a smear on it. And I'm going to throw the tape away because it's been on here for a while and I've torn it. I got to get underneath here and get it off of the bottom. I want to make a fall gnome. I want to do a fall corn husk wreath. Those are going to be my fall. That's probably be all I get done. And I'm working in the nature book. I want to do something with the farm book. But I think it's going to be stencil and ink drawing. I want to stick with the black and white theme because that Farm Boy book is all black and white pictures. Riri says, my dwarf fig is 15 inches tall and almost as wide. It's got a gazillion figs almost ready to pick. Oh, wow. A dwarf fig. I wanted to get some mums. They had them at Menards. We went to Menards today because my brother needed to get a storm window. We ordered it. And they had mums on sale for, I think, two for $7 or I can't remember, or were they $7 a piece? They did not look very expensive to me at Menards, but they were expensive at Walmart. And I did not buy any mums. I just can't. I've got to save my money for the eye doctor. All right, what did I do with that palette knife? I had it in my hands. Where did I throw it? Pencil, here it is. This has been on here for a while, so it's kind of hard to, it's still sticking to the foam board. It's pulling off of the fabric, but it's sticking to the foam board. Look how nice that is pulling, because it's nice and dry. That paint is nice and dry. That is the trick. That's the trick to getting a clean line, is let it dry. Let it sit for a day or two. I didn't realize that. I was always so frustrated that my lines were sloppy, like, well, I covered it up. I'll bet you these, I think I'll hit these with the heat gun because they still feel a little damp, but I'll bet you these will be sloppier. These are pulling nice. Now, I think this is the one that we redid tonight. No, or was it over here? I can't remember which one it was. I'll know because it's sloppy in there. That isn't it. It's pulling the paper of the foam board. Oh, I'm loving how this is pulling so clean. When I say clean, it doesn't have any black smears in there. It sat for a couple days and dried out thoroughly. Got it on my hands here. This was the one. See, we pulled this the other night and it's got smears in there. They're not bad. Now this is just half of the plaid. I think I'll make this part going this way a little bit wider. Now I think this is starting. Is this starting tonight or is this still last night? I can't remember. Or the other night. Yeah, it's got the paper on the back of it there. It's pulling nice. Oh, it's got a smear there. Yeah, it's tearing the paper. This was an old foam board. Anyway. Riri says, I mean fig leaves. Stupid spell check. I'm going to move over to my office phone, Sophia says. Riri, do you dry them first, the leaves for the paper? Huh. That sounds like Riri's got an interesting project going. Riri says, no, you can, but I'm not going to. Shannon Green has a tutorial that I'm going to follow. Did Roy come in? Did I miss Roy? There he is. Hi, Roy. Dootsie sweethearts. Hi, Roy. He says, good morning, Meri. It must be Pancakes and Pals Thursday. Group hugs to you and the Atelierettes. Atelierettes. Well, you know, that French word that I'm still learning how to pronounce. Atelier. 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 Yay! It's art day. Let's see. I'm not down to the bottom. Let's go down to the bottom. Did Beth come in? Hi, Beth. Good morning, Beth. You're up early. You're up early. Are your eyes open? Of course, it's an hour later for you. It is 8:13. It's 7:13 here. Yeah. Get this paper off. Come on. There. Well, this is pulling nice too. This is stuff I put on tonight, I think. Or this morning. It feels like night. It feels like night. When you start streaming at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's still night. This is pulling quite nice. But I think the trick is to let it dry. I think when I smeared it here, it wasn't completely dry. Beth says, hi. Dixie says, I have a question. Has anyone heard from Natalia? You know, I was going to ask Sue that last night. I haven't seen her in here. I was going to ask Popo if she's heard from Natalia. And I forgot. I got watching those farm videos. I forgot. No, I haven't heard from her. Biz Up, is Biz Up in here? Is Biz Up in here? Hi, Biz Up. Oh, it's good to see you. How are you doing, my lady? Biz Up was in a serious car. I'm sure she doesn't mind me saying this because she was in a serious car accident. Was it last year or the year before? I think it was it last year? And boy, we were worried about you. I was thinking about you the other day. Oh, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And welcome to Omer, was in here earlier from Israel. Omer, O-M-E-R apostrophe S. All right. So now we're going to do stripe it this way. And I think I'm going to make my stripes a little wider. And I'll still need the thin stripes, but these are going to be a little wider in here. So let's start up here with my tape. And I'll probably have to cut some more. But we'll tape it, and be aware that I can't, I'm reaching across the table here, so I may be a little bit crooked on this edge. But you really want to get that tape burnished down. And I'll come back and burnish it again. Well, let's try this one. It's got a harder handle. Let me put this one away. Becky said she's got a sore throat. I don't know if she, I really doubt if she streams today. Becky, are you listening? Are you out there? Are you cooking breakfast? She came in and said she still had a sore throat, so she may not stream. I don't know what she's planning. But we're sure looking forward to her next owls. Look, I can paint this out. This is not half and half. At the grocery store, half and half was $4 and $5. What I used to pay $2.84 for is now like $5. I quit buying it. I got my brother's milk in there. My brother guzzles milk down. I snitched some of his whole milk. He usually buys the 2%, but they don't always sell 2% down here. And when he buys the whole milk, I like it in my coffee because it's just as good as the half and half. All right, we're gonna have a pretty wide black area here. You know, and I'm thinking I might move this one down a little. Let me rip this off. I think I'm going to move this one down a little. Whoops, it's sticking to the... It's sticking. I might just take it completely off because it's pulling the... I want it wide, but I don't want it that wide. I want it more like this. And it may not be completely straight because I'm just eyeballing it from 3 feet away. It feels like it's not quite 3 feet, but it feels like 3 feet. Now I'll go back in and burnish that. Now I've got a thin, an inch, an inch, and an inch. I think I'm ready for a thin one. So I'm going to have to make some thin again. And I still have these out, but they're going to have to be a little longer this time. This Cricut, I think this was, I think I bought some gold foil that you used in the Cricut machine. And that's what this came off of. That was when I was first doing my foiling. I foiled my foiling. And you can't use this with a foil pen, the Cricut stuff. It doesn't work. The stuff that you put in the Cricut machine. All right, we want a pretty long piece here. And let me tear it off. Tape that down and, well, and we're going to cut this in half, so I'm using this as a release paper. I can see where I'm going with it. Yeah. It's pretty clingy. Yeah. That's pretty good. And, whoops. Let's see if I can't get this a little straighter. And then we just got a short piece here at the end. Now I can't tear that. Get off of my scissors. All right, so now I just put that release paper on it so I can cut it. If I didn't have the release paper on it, my blade would be sticking to the tape. And let's see if I can't get this one a little straighter. Yeah, it needs to, well, that'll be okay because it's going to come off. Okay. I like this grid on it for cutting the tape. I like the grid on the back of this release paper. My duct tape doesn't have a grid on the back of it. Roy says, we have an annual luncheon today at a nice Italian restaurant. I'm already auditioning shirts to see which one will hide the spaghetti splatter. What did you decide on, Roy? I get such a kick out of Roy. Mina, I'm not getting a cold. I get deadly sick and I don't have time to get sick. Angie says, I'm not getting a cold. I am not getting a cold. No, I will not get a cold. If I say so, it won't happen. All right. So now we need to put the thin on, and then I can just take the release paper off because it's only on there to cut. And we're going to put it, we're going to make a thin line here. We have thin, thick, 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 thin here. And this will be black and this will be orange. So we have thin, thick, 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 thin, thin. And we'll do another thin and a thick. If you know what I mean. Burn, as Dee Dee would say. So this is Thursday. I don't know if Scrap Chick usually comes on. Does anybody know if, Kimberly, are you out there? Do you know if Scrap Chick's going to be on at 9? Sometimes they fool me because I generally go take a nap after my stream. I'd love to watch more of those gals, Kimberly and Kathy Arbor and Kathy Berg. I like all of them. But I don't even get Dee Dee watched anymore. Mina says, probably allergies, Angie. Make sure you get plenty of rest. Roy says he likes the plaid option. Yeah, Roy, and maybe an orange plaid shirt or a reddish plaid shirt. You know, one of those one of those country guy shirts, like you have farm boy shirt. Bootsy, you need a farm boy flannel shirt. I kind of like those shirts. I would wear them myself. All right, so we want another thin, what's going to be black, orange, black, and then we want a thick. So we've got thin, thick, 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 thin, 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 thick. Thick, thin, thick. And we're going to make sure this is all burnished down before I paint it. Now on my one that I did, I don't know if I have it here. Here it is. I think I have it. And it got totally dark. It may not be dark to you, but it's really dark. The light is hitting it, so you'll see it better than I do. But I put some white lines in here, and I'm not going to do that on this one. I was mimicking the plaid that I saw, and here you can see I used the fine liner here, and you can see the white of that fine liner in there. White where I started and stopped there. This isn't bad, but from my viewpoint, it's real dark. I don't know if here, let me turn my lamp down. See how dark it is? It's very dark. With the light hitting it, you see it. I think it got so dark because I used 2 or 3 layers of walnut ink on that. This one is the first one I did. These are paper. This is a copy paper. This was just a piece of scratch paper I had. This one is much lighter, and it's just done on copy paper. This one was done on watercolor paper. And I think I like this one better, to tell you the truth. But now this is done on fabric, and this is the one I want to make the gnomes out of. So I'm trying real hard to be good here. And look, my smears there are going to, I don't know if I have any more. I forgot. I'll have this one. This one will be taken care of, and that one will be taken care of, and this one. I might have one under here. Did Joni come in? Hi, Joni. Joni's Not So Fast Life. I love that. I love that title. Joni's Not So Fast Life. All right. So I got a thick. I'll do another thin and another thick. Let's see. How should I do this, though? This one isn't too thin. This one's a little wider than that. I almost feel like taking this and moving it over a little. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Oh, it's stuck on my, wait a minute. It's stuck on my scratch paper here. Oh, that was my owl pattern. Let's move this in a little here. Like, maybe like that. So we get thin, thin, thin. Now, if we could set this to music, it would go ta-da, da, da, ta-da, ta-da. And set my plaid lines to music. Ta-da, da, da, ta-ta-da-da. All right, so we got a thick. I think I'll do another thick orange and another thick blue. So I'll have ta-da-da-da, ta-da-da-da, da-da. I gotta sing my plaid. I'm not saying I'm on key. I'm just following the pattern here. Let's lift this up. If you wear a plaid shirt, you'll have to see if it makes music. I never really thought about that till I've done this. I bet it does. Roy says, good morning, Arlene. Did Arlene come back in? She just woke up with her face on the keyboard. She's going to bed. Ha ha! That's a good idea, Arlene. Sweet dreams. I thought you were off to bed. You must have fallen asleep after you said you'd be back later or something. Arlene, you go get some rest. I'll bet she was up all night. What do you bet? I thought I had another. I do. I have another thin one. So we go ta-da-da-da. Ta-da-ta-da-da-da. So we got to go ta-ta-ta again. 3 more thins. I got it down. I got the tune of this one down. Maybe not so on key, but I got the rhythm down. We got to do 3 thins. And this is a little thinner here. I cut that thinner. Oops. But it's thinner right there. It just gets a little thinner here. That's okay. So I need another thin here and a thick, thick, thick. I'll need a, maybe make one more thin piece here. Oh. Angie says, okay, do you have use distress oxide or distress ink for it to stay? Angie says, Meri, do you use distress oxide or distress ink for it? I'm not sure what you, this is paint, Angie, if you're asking about this. But let me tell you, both distress oxide and distress ink are water soluble. Distress itself is not permanent. If you're talking about Tim Holtz. Beth says, what did Meri do today? Oh, she played a tune on her plaid. It's funny you should ask. What did Meri do today? Beth, you missed the first part of my stream where I was talking about doing a Linda Berry composition book. And I was talking about Linda Berry. And she has a video out there showing how she divides up her pages, and then she shows how she drew her little pictures inside. She used a 2-page layout. She had a picture, she had a page. It wasn't a 2-page layout, it was a big page like this. And she divided it into 4. And then she drew a border around each quad. And then she asked the audience to draw. She said, I'm going to give you 3 minutes and you're going to draw. She said what you did yesterday. And she was talking about when she came home, all her pets met her at the door. And that's what she drew. I tell you, Linda Berry needs to do more videos. We would love her. We would love her. I just loved watching that video. She hasn't done a video in a while. In my imagination, she's writing another book. But I'm going to order one of her books. I want to do composition book in her style. But I was telling when I was talking about what did we do today? Well, today would have been yesterday. My brother and I went to Walmart, and I told this story of how I was buying composition books, and I ordered them online, and I got an email saying my order was done, and they would hold it for me for 4 days for pickup in the store. But when I got to the store, they told me that it wasn't done, that I'd have to reorder it, and it wouldn't be available until after 6 o'clock. And I go, we're not staying in town 6 o'clock, so I can get my composition books. But I made a mistake. Couldn't find the pickup counter where you pick things up in the store. It used to be at the service desk. Then they moved it back into a little counter back in the back, like where the home office is. They moved it back there, but we tried both. Well, we didn't try the service desk. We tried over there, and I asked a clerk, and she said, well, you have to drive around. And I'm going, we're not going to drive around, you know. And she says, well, you can knock at their door. She said, go back to the back. And she pointed way back to the back of the store there, where they, you know, when somebody orders stuff, they have pickers that go do the shopping, and then people drive up and pick it up. And she said, if you go back there, and so we traipsed on back there, and both of us missed it because we were just back there, back in the grocery store. And I made the mistake of there was no counter. It was like going back into the back room, and I didn't go clear in the back room. I kind of parked my cart in the doorway. But the manager of whoever was managing that area, she says, you can't come back here. You know, she said, don't go across that line. And I'm going, okay. I backed my cart up a little, and she got me all flustered because I was in the doorway. So that's what I drew when I was talking to them. I drew a little thing with her blocking you can't come back here. And I tried to tell her that I was ordering these composition books, and I thought they would be ready for pickup, that they haven't even pulled them yet. And I go, well, I had an email saying that they were all ready to pick up. Well, you got to pay for them first. Well, I didn't have all my information because I just downloaded the app, and I didn't fill out all the account information. So I stood there off to the side. I pulled my cart off to the side in the beer aisle, where I never go into the beer aisle, the liquor aisle. There's nobody in the liquor aisle. So I pulled my cart over there and was filling out all my account information on my phone. And I went back to talk to her, and she said, you can't come back here. You can't cross this line. I'm going, I'm not going to cross the line. And she walked clear out in the center of, it was like the yogurt, meat, and cheese. She walked clear out in the center of that aisle, and she was wanting me to come out in the center, and there were all these people around here. I'm going, lady, you're blocking the aisle. She got me all flustered. So long story short, whatever I ordered for pickup was not available. So I thought, well, maybe I can go find the composition book. Oh, the story's not over with yet. I told it earlier. So we were looking for wherever the school supplies were. Well, they moved them because now it's all Halloween. At the front of the store, they have school supplies in August, and in September, they have Halloween. Well, we walked over to where I thought they were, and it was all Halloween. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it was all Halloween. And so I asked another clerk, I said, I want some composition books. What aisle would they be on? We hunted all around for the school supply. I said, where's your school supply aisle? She said, well, if there's any composition books left, they'll be on aisle J20. Thank you, ma'am. We'll go off looking for J20. We found A, B, C, D, E, F, G, G, H, I. We went clear around. J20 was back in the home office supply over here. We went clear around. My poor brother, he hates walking in Walmart. And I was pushing that old car. I was frustrated. I'm leaving him behind. He was trailing behind me. Poor old guy. Ah, what a day. We found the aisle. I finally found the composition books. But you know, there was a sweet mother with her 2 little kids, and she was buying composition books, but she wasn't in any great hurry. And those kids were kicking their shoes off my direction. Oh, dear me. I love kids, but I was a little frustrated myself. Finally, she moved, and I found the composition books that I wanted, but instead of 50 cents, they were now $1. So I got 10 of them. I wanted composition books because I want to write in them. And I want to get a good amount of them because I want them for all year. And so I grabbed 10 composition books. I said, I'll just pay $1 for them. Well, my sweet brother said, why don't you stop up at the service desk and show them your cart on your phone, and maybe they'll give you credit for 50 cents. And I did. And it was, thank goodness, that service desk was not very busy. And I talked to, I think it was a manager, because he was nice. I liked him. I said, I ordered these yesterday and they were 50 cents. Today they're $1. And I said, I got an email saying that they were ready for pickup. But when I went back there, they didn't. They said, I have to wait till 6 o'clock. And we're in town today. And we're not going to be here at 6 o'clock. Can I get these for 50 cents? And he said, let me check. And he went out and he checked the online. And he says, they're 50 cents online. I don't see why you can't get them for 50 cents. And I said, thank you. And he said, just go over to the cash register when you check out and tell her you talked to me. And if she has any questions, she can call the service desk. I said, thank you. I liked him. He was nice. He belonged in customer service. That other lady really wasn't in customer service. She was in pick up your order department. She needed some customer service. And I told him, I said, you know, you guys really need, back there where the pickup is, you need a service desk on the inside rather than some lady saying, you can't cross this line. But I got my 10 composition books for 50 cents a piece, and I was a happy camper. And they're sitting there right behind me because I was showing them. Oh, it got me started on this. This is the one we covered the other day. This is the one we covered. This is my personal writing journal. I did it like Barb Owen does. And I started this on August the 18th, and I'm just about halfway through it. So these are not going to last me very long. Over the next year, I'll probably use 10 of them. So I wanted a good amount of them. I'm tempted to go online, but when I go online and use their app, they ask me what store I want. I'll have to figure out how to order it from their website and get me 10 more, but they'll probably be $1 now. That was an ordeal, and I was frustrated with her. I was a little worked up over that. And then, well, we'd already gone to Menards, so we were okay there. We went grocery shopping. And my brother bought, this is funny, my brother bought a dozen donuts. He bought this great big box of donuts. And he likes his he likes his sweet rolls. He used to work in a bakery, and he likes all that stuff. And he put them in my cart, and I said, are you going to pay for those, or am I? He got out a $5 bill and handed it to me. I said, no, I'll pay for them. I said, I'll get you when we go grocery shopping. And that's what we did next. We got our groceries. But we also stopped and had a hamburger, and he bought my hamburger for me. He's my brother. I tell you, is he up? I think he's up. He did the most gentlemanly thing. I was so proud of him. He'll probably hear me talking about it out there. We went in to eat, and it was like almost 4 o'clock, and there were not a lot of people there, but there was a lady in a wheelchair, and we had ordered, and we were waiting for our order, and she was getting ready to leave, and my brother noticed her at the door, and he got up and he opened the door for her, and I was just so proud of him. He helped her. I was just so proud of him for doing that. Nobody asked him to, like, would you go help that lady in the wheelchair? No, he saw her there. He just got right up and did the gentlemanly thing. I was so proud of him. I think he's out there reading the paper. I don't know if he heard me say that, but even if he does, I told him, I said that was really a kind thing for you to do. Although not all people in wheelchairs appreciate the help, but I think she did. She realized that he was being gentleman. The store is for your pickup convenience. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, that lady was not very convenient. And I'm sure not all of them are that way. She probably was having a bad day. And I probably got on her nerves. Because I was trying to find out. What happened to my order, because it said I got the email, but the email was on my other phone. I don't have my Meridel Abrams account on this phone, and I couldn't prove to them that they emailed me and said my order was ready. So she said, well, just go pull them, but you can pick them up at 6 o'clock. And I'm going, we're not going to be here at 6 o'clock, lady. But the service desk, he was nice. I liked the manager. He was very nice to me, and he looked it up. He said they're on their website. They're still 50 cents a piece. He said, just tell the cashier that I said you can have them for 50 cents. I'm tearing the back of this foam board. And so I had to draw a picture of it. That's what I'm going to put in my Linda Berry journal. Oh, this thread is caught on them. The thread is caught on the tape. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Here. There. And you know, you just have to laugh at that stuff. I laughed at it, and I can laugh at it now, but I was pretty frustrated when it was happening. And, you know, I get frustrated. I'm not perfect. I get a little fussy sometimes with that stuff. Like, but you sent me an email saying I could pick it up. They hold it for 4 days. I'm going to get that email just to make sure I read it right. But I know it said they were holding it for 4 days. They sent me an email, but I couldn't prove it because I had my other phone. Becky says, back in the recliner, fresh cat in my lap. It's Howie's turn. What would you do without all those cats, Becky? I think you'd be missing them if they weren't around. You'd probably go adopt some more. Callie's not a cat kitty, a lap kitty, is she? I never hear you talk about Callie jumping up in your lap. It's always Howie or Tippy. Becky says, I'd be miserable without my cats. Let's see what this is going to be. I tried to do some thicker lines in here. I wanted them way thicker, but
I don't know if they're that much. This one's thick. All right, shall I sing it? It goes ta da 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 ta 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 da 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 ta 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 da 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 ta 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 da. I'm singing my Plaid. See, it's got a rhythm to it. It's got a visual rhythm, like it's thin, thick, 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 thin, 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 thick, 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 thin, 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 thick, 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 thin, 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 thick. It's got a rhythm. I'm not singing on key. You have to forgive my off-key. My off-key voice. What time is it? It's 7:50. It's 8 o'clock. We might get this done today. Let's paint it. Where's my lid? Where's my lid? Here. And I've been putting wax paper in that. I was going to work on my December daily today, but nope. That's not going to happen. That's okay. I need to sort out what I want to do for the pages anyway. We'll do that. We'll do that. If I stream tomorrow's Friday morning, sometimes I sleep in, sometimes I don't. Wednesday and Friday mornings and Friday mornings are impromptu for me. They're not Tuesday and Thursdays. Now, today is Thursday. Did I stream Tuesday? Yeah, I streamed Tuesday morning, didn't I? Did I stream Tuesday morning? I can't remember. They're all females, Beth says. What are you talking about? Becky, I was watching Dr. Poe, and he has never seen a male calico cat. It's genetic. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I got off on the farm boy theme earlier. We were talking about farms. A la Rosemary. Let's see. I used this brush to paint with. Let me grab one of these painty. No, let me get a clean one. No. I don't like a wet brush. It's a dirty brush, but I just don't like it wet because it's juicy. I like a thicker paint. And it's still dirty, but it's just dirty with black. I'm going to paint black. Yeah. Becky, are you going to stream today, or are you going to rest your throat? Joni says, I picked up, you're not streaming today. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know. Sometimes when you don't stream on Wednesdays, you stream on Thursday, but I imagine you said you had a sore throat yet, so you're probably trying to take good care of yourself. And I don't blame you. When I had that bad cold, I was not feeling like streaming either. I understand. Meri, you was on one day ago, so you were on Tuesday. Thank you, Angie. That's horrible. So much happens. I go, was it yesterday or was it Sunday? Some of this will probably smear. I tried to burnish it down good, but I just feel like this might smear a little. I could be wrong. I think this paint is a little thicker than that other bottle I had. I should have gotten me some black paint. But that lady at Walmart frustrated me so bad I forgot all about paint. I could probably order it online. Black paint. Plaid apple barrels, what I use. I need some more. Apple barrel. Black. You could use brown too on this. I'm using black because it's so stark. I was really looking forward to making another owl. Well, it'll just be that much more fun when you do it. We loved your owl idea, Becky. I think that was really a wonderful project. Everybody enjoyed making those owls. I enjoyed making them. Alberta. They named my owl, first it was Owlbert, and then they changed it, you guys changed it to Alberta. So if I can manage, I'll do an Owlbert this next time that you do one. Now that I kind of know what we're doing, although you might have a different pattern. I don't know what you're planning on. We'll see when you do it. Well, I think I'm going to have just a bit more paint. Let's do just a bit more. It's longer this way than it is wider. Hi, Candy. Welcome, Candy. I didn't see you come in. Welcome, welcome. Mina says, a couple of years passed and Nikki, a small hound puppy, enters the picture. Kelly and Gypsy taught him everything they know, and they became the Three Musketeers. I think Mina had an animal family on her hands. Sounds like, what was that what story with the cat and the two dogs? The Incredible Journey? Was that the name of that story? Where I think the cat eventually leads them home or saves them along the way or something, and the two dogs, they get lost. They get separated from their family somehow, and they find their way home. They find their way to their owners. On the farm, Becky said, I had a white cat named Catty Cat, and we had a water spaniel. Katie, what is a water spaniel? I mean, it's probably a breed of dog. They would hunt woodchucks together. Ha. Yeah, that was a good movie, wasn't it? It's a good movie for the kids. I think I remember that movie from, I don't know when it came out, but I remember watching it. I think it was a story first. All right, I'm going to have to let this dry a little, so I'll come out and chat. I've been trying to watch chat, but I think if the longer I let this dry, the cleaner it pulls. And I think I've kind of went off the edge here. Let's just use up my paint here. I think I got everything pretty good. Maybe in here a little. In there. Let's see any red spots in here. Alrighty, let's throw this away. And we'll just let that dry. And it's 8:01. Got just about an hour. Candy says, I'm hoping to get a service dog. We have a Plaid. Oh, I hope you get one, Candy. Animals mourn. Catty Cat was totally deaf. Huh. Mina says, animals will mourn. Yeah, I think they do too. My dad had a white cat. And when he passed away, my brother had to go hunting for that cat. It wandered away. And my younger brother. And he found that cat. That cat ran away when my dad passed away. And you know, cats will mourn. That cat and my dad were attached. My dad was outside working when that cat just wandered up, and my dad made all over it and everything, and it became my dad's cat. And then my brother found it after my dad passed away. My younger brother found it, and he took it to home to live with him. And that's the last I heard of that cat. I don't know what happened to it. But my brother had cats. He liked cats, so I imagine he took good care of it. Candy says, it's good on them, Becky. They feel just like us. Becky says, I've been worried about Chance, Charlie's passing. I'm sure he's been sticking close to Barb. Yeah. Barb was holding him close during her stream on Friday. Finally she had to get some catnip and take him out of the room, but we could hear him yelling in there. Meow, let me in. I'm done with my catnip now. Mina says, I'll be right back. What else did I miss in here? Candy said, my first cat was a minx. They're mostly tiger-striped cats with no tail. Mina says, a couple years ago passed the Mickey. Okay, we got that one. Did I miss anybody coming in? Angie was here. Joni's not so fast life. My brother's sneezing in there. And the sneeze heard round the world. I picked up one of those perfume bottles that are shaped. Do you remember those? That are shaped. Do you remember those? They are in shapes of cars. And oh yeah, cars and stuff like that. Well, I found my friend a donkey, and I'm going to take it to her in a bit. Oh, Joni. A donkey. They're telling me I was streaming on Tuesday. They're saying hello. They're saying hello. Callie gets love on her terms. Typical Calico, Becky says. Kimberly's still out wrestling a scarecrow. I could just see Kimberly's little Linda Berry square. Today I wrestled a scarecrow. I was trying to get him to stand up in my garden, and he put up a fuss about it. But I won. He didn't want to be tied to that pole. We got a scarecrow. I think I'll get that scarecrow out. I need to mow the lawn, but I don't know if it looks a little cloudy out there. I'm hoping we'll get some rain. We're supposed to get some rain this weekend. So I might hold my yard work off until Monday. Let's see. Roy was, here's where I was complaining about the store. We won't go back into that. Becky said, I'm not sure about making too many decorations, just that I would be drawing cats in my lap. Angie says, I'm making a card. What do I use for it to stay? Oxide or... Oh, Angie, are you still in here? Angie, on your card making, if you're using an ink, your distress oxides are not going to stay if they get wet. They are soluble. I would use a permanent ink, and not even your calligraphy ink. And that I would use an acrylic ink. Acrylic ink will be permanent if you want it to. If you're going to paint it, I would not. But it depends on what you're using your card for. Are you stamping? Are you painting? Are you drawing? Oh, there she is. Angie said she'd be right back. Mina says she's back. Roy says he's back. Angie says she's still here. And then she said, be right back. Kimberly says, I had to wire him. You got a wired scarecrow. It looked like we were dancing. I'll bet that would have been a fun video. You know, that would make a really good Linda Berry. I got that Linda Berry in my head from watching her. I think she should do more videos. I really enjoyed her channel, but she hasn't made any videos for a while. I think she's either off teaching or she's writing a new book. Becky said once he got the mower put back up this. Oh, Greg mowed our yard and the neighbor's yard. Once he got the mower put back up, the sky opened up. Isn't that the way it goes? If you need it to rain to mow the lawn, maybe I should get out there and mow the backyard. Where my car is parked, it really needs to be mowed. It's got kind of a, I call it a water grass. We sprinkle that area a lot. We water the garden, and that grass grows fast. The grass out in the front doesn't grow that fast, and I need to weed my flower patch. I just don't like going out in the hot weather, and it's been in the 90s here. I don't think it's going to get up to 90 today. It looks a little cloudy out. I hope it rains. Angie said, Angie, did you hear what I said about acrylic ink? You were asking a ways back while I was scrolling back. You said, what do I use to make it permanent? Distress inks are not going to be permanent if you're worried about going over them again. It depends on if you're stamping or painting or drawing. But if you want something permanent in ink, I would go with an acrylic ink. But you can't use like a dip pen or anything like that in acrylic ink. It's more for mixed media stuff. Becky said, lots of thunder yesterday, and it looks like rain again. Boy, I'll tell you, I could use rain again. Our new neighbor that moved in this summer, the guy does a lot of yard work. And he was over here. I didn't realize it was him. I thought it was somebody else, another neighbor. I met him once, but he knocked at the door, and we have a big branch that the storm kind of, it hadn't fallen out of the tree yet. And he must have been talking to my brother on the front porch, and he came over with this big saw on a pole, and he helped my brother get that tree, that great big, it was a huge old tree limb. But my brother gave him some tomatoes, and they were out on the back porch talking, and I didn't know it was him. And I walked out there to see who my brother was talking to, and he asked me, he said, I'm going to be trimming some of my house plants. Do you want any? And I'm going, yes. Angie says, I'm making a card is why I'm asking. Are you stamping a verse? Is that what you're doing? Like, I'm thinking of you or something? I would not use acrylic ink to stamp words. You could probably use acrylic ink to stamp like with a foamy or something. I really wouldn't use acrylic ink on a rubber stamp, or I personally wouldn't. You might if you don't care. But acrylic ink will be permanent. Your distress inks are not going to be permanent. Now you have archiver's ink. That's permanent if you don't use alcohol on it. Archival ink. Here, let me pull one. This archival ink. That's permanent ink. But if the distress inks like this, you guys know what they are. This Tim Holtz. These are not permanent. And the sprays are not permanent. Either your distress ink or your distress oxides. Neither one of them are permanent. I would go, if you're stamping like a verse, I would go with this. Well, maybe not this color, but a black or a dark color. Ask Becky. She's a card maker. She does better cards than I do. I'm just chattering while my paint's drying. I'm waiting for my paint to dry so I can pull this tape. Maybe I'll hit it with the heat gun. I gotta take a nap after the stream. I didn't sleep last night. I'm getting a little tired now. I don't expect this to pull clean. I can see some bubbling going on there. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. It's okay. We're going to see how my plaid looks in a minute now. It's pretty dry. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. If I can get it pulled. Where's my palette knife? It might just, well, it's pulling pretty clean. Yay! So far. A little, no, that's just the thread. Maybe it's because it's on fabric. It's soaking in. The others were on paper. I had a little mess up at the top, but this seems to pull pretty clean. And I'm not going to save this. I could, but what a mess. All right, let's see. Let's just keep going and see what happens here. Let me turn this over and work these loose. These palette knives come in pretty handy. Yeah, it's like a fingernail almost. Whoops, that one went back under. All right, let's see what happens here. This is where that thread got caught. Ooh, pretty clean. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I think I'm going to like it. This is going to be for the gnome. The gnome is going to be a fall gnome. And the one I saw at Dollar General was probably about 5 inches high. And he was stuffed. And he had a plaid hat. I might have to figure out how much of a body I want and how much of a hat I want. Candy says, not far enough north again, Becky. Joni says, I've always found my interest in saving to reuse things like that is directly linked to how broke I am. Yeah. Well, saving this tape, I guess I could wrap it around a cardboard or something. Well, it'd have to be like masonite or something like that, a wooden piece, so it would pull off. But I'm not going to save it because I'm too tired to. I bought some painter's tape, about a week or so ago, before I went to the eye doctor. And I think it was before I went to the eye doctor, I got yeah, it was the day that we went, but we made the appointment, but we had to come back. And we went to Menards while we were waiting for 2:30 to come. And that's when I got my painter's tape, was last week. I bought a big package of 5 rolls. So I'm still purchased it before I went on my budget. I'm liking this. I'm going to put white in here. I have to figure out where. I don't think I'm going to do it. I'll have to figure out where I'm going to put my white with the fine liner. Boy, I'm liking this. It's pulling nice. Oh, it pulled bad there. Or that could have been left from the other day. But that's okay. If that's the only spot, I'll be happy. Candy says, not far enough north, Becky. Joni said, I can't wait to see it all pull. And just wait till I get the white on it. Like, let me show you the lighter one here. This is the first one we did, Joni. And see, if I put the white lines, ignore the dots, I can go back in and color those in with ink if I want. Like this. But this was just a trial. This was just a trial. This was my first. I'd never done plaid before. Well, I think we did once on the jelly plate. We were all jelly plating together. Do you remember that, Becky? And one of our challenges was to make plaid. And my plaid then didn't turn out too bad, but it wasn't studied like this. And this one kind of has a rhythm, but this one has a real rhythm to it. You want me to sing it to you again? I was singing it. The lines have a rhythm to it. At least these lines do. These lines coming this way have a rhythm. You can have a visual rhythm. See, it's three thick and 3 thin. These are 3 thins here. 1, 2, 3. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Ha! Roy says this is perfect for his spaghetti dinner. I bet it is, Roy. I think you're too worried about your... I think, Roy, maybe if you're that worried, you should take your little bib with you. Oh, dear. I don't blame you, though. You don't want your shirt to get all spotty. All righty, there it is, Johnny. All pulled. Now, we're going to do some white, if I can find it. But I have to figure out where I want to put the white. I was thinking about putting it on the other one. I put it on the black, but I think this one, well, no, this, I put it right down the black. But this has got a different rhythm to it. If I put the white on the black lines here, they would be wider. I guess that wouldn't matter too much. And if I put it on the thin lines, well, it'd still be wider. So I'm thinking about not putting it on lines, putting it, making its own pattern. Let me think about this. I really don't want it. See, this area here and this area here is about the same size. So that is a thick and 3 thins. A thick and 3 thins, a thick and 3 thins. So this one, this area here, let's see. Let's start out here. This area, and this area are the same. And it goes the same over here. This area, and this area. So if I came in here, maybe next to this line and next to this line, it would be, or I could go over a little maybe. No, these 2 lines here and here with white. And then it would be, so it's these 2, and it's thin, thin, thick, thin, thin. So thin, thin wouldn't start in here again. Where? Over here? This area. Thin, thin, thick. No, I lose it in here. This going this way. I have a rhythm this way, but I don't think I have the same rhythm this way. I have to think what I should just draw them instead of trying to work this out. If I put one there, I'm trying to visualize. I could visualize with a thread, or even that tape again would have worked. See, I'm afraid if I just go on the big thick lines, they'll be too big. I like this big square. I like that big square. And that, but these are all smaller squares in here. These are big. Oh, these are more consistent than these. Because I see big square, and then I see little square, little square. That's what I see. Big square, little square, little square. And I'm talking about these areas as being little, and these areas as being big. These are actually a rectangle. I'm just rambling. I'm trying to think where I want to put my white lines. Maybe I'll just put them and quit thinking about it. See, I've got, when I went this way, I have a rhythm to it. So I've got 3 thins here, black, orange, black, black, orange, black, and black, orange, black. So if I did a line there, and there, and there, but these don't have the same rhythm. These have orange, black, orange. Well, it's thick, thin, thick, thin, thin, thick, thin, thin. It doesn't have the same rhythm here as it does over here. I like it, but I see a difference. I see a difference between this side and this side. Do, 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 do. Where do I want to put my white lines? Hi, Kathy. Kathy, I sure enjoyed watching your replay with you doing art with your, was it your granddaughter, Emerson? Did I spell her name right? E-M-E-R-S-O-N? I heard Emerson on the phone, but I'm not sure I spelled it right. I sure enjoyed watching you two, though. I'm reaching for my white fine liner, which I think is this one. And let's get a piece of wax paper out so I can... Oh, it's E-M-E-R-S-Y-N. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. So sin is S-Y-N instead of S-O-N, or son. Emerson. That's like my niece, Ashton, spells her Ashton as A-S-H-T-Y-N instead of T-O-N. All right, this is going good. I'm still unsure of what I want to do. I suppose if I just start doing it and not worry about it. But if I don't think about it and it turns out bad, I've spoiled it. These, I know. Whoops. This can all be taken care of. The dots, don't worry about any dots. I can ink those out. Let's go ahead and do this. And then I think I'll put some other lines in. These I know pretty good because I've gone through the thick lines. And even if my lines are crooked, plaid, when you wear a plaid shirt, unless you pull it, stretch it taut, your lines aren't going to be, your lines are not going to be straight, because fabric has a give and a pull to it. Just so you know. All right, I need a wider line here though. So I'm going to kind of break with the, and let's do a line right here at the edge. Here. That kind of works for me. Now, I see square, 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 square. See, I'm wanting to. Let's do here, just because that may be too much. And let's leave that wide area, and let's do here maybe, right in here. So we got two narrow areas, here and here. And then let's do a line down here at the bottom. That makes sense to me. Now, do I want to do any more? I actually think I do. But how much more is a question. Let's follow this. And I don't mind if my lines are crooked, because like I said, unless your fabric is stretched really taut and really straight, and even then, your threads are going to wiggle a little. Mine might be more wiggly than, but if you could see the threads in a magnifier glass, they would not be straight. So I'm not worrying about any wiggle lines. I want some thin lines. I'm going to leave those thin, but I feel like I need to do something more. Actually, what I feel like I need to do, let's just do it and see what happens. Something, and this may be breaking with, I might go back in and connect these up again. Yeah, let's connect them up. I don't know where I'm going with this. How does that look? Now I've started it, I've got to finish it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like it. But sometimes you got to play to figure it out. And I guess I should probably connect these. And I'm just going to let them wiggle. And let's see, there. I did that one. This one. And if I were not seated in front of you guys, I'd have a lot more control over my lines than I do, but it's hard to do this online and get it like I want it. So I actually want another line here. And that kind of connects those. That connects those. I think I'm going to stop. I think I'm going to call that. Now, what would be really nice, maybe a yellow. I'm going to stop with the white. Let me get a towel and wipe this off. The blade, the nozzle. It needs a lighter color. And I don't know if I want to do that with the fine liner. I guess I probably do. What did I do with the lid? Here it is. So you put this back on the cap like that, and then I always give it a little up and down motion to make sure the nozzle's clean. Let's see if I have a yellow. I thought I did. I might have taken it out. Here it is. Let's see. It feels good. Let's try it. Now this is all wet. I can't do anything with that. Let's see if it is going to come out. It is. It's coming out nice. So where do I want to put it? I want a lighter yellow or color. I almost want to do some diagonals, and I'm afraid to, but just go for it, Meri. Just some diagonals like this. And I'm not sure if you guys are seeing those. And I think this will be the last of it. What time is it? 8:39. Now we're going to leave that. I'm doing the squares. Only did that one. Let's see. If I do this one and this one and this one and leave this, would that work? I left that and left that one and left that one. Leave this one and leave 1, 2, 3. I guess I should do this one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that what I want to do? See, I've got 1 and 1 there. Yeah, I guess I do. this one's a little, the lines are almost half. I'm going to go in here. And this one, I guess I'll go over here. I should probably carry that out. This one's a little harder. Now my coffee cup is going to be in the way. Yeah, there's no room at the end. Where am I going to put it? Drink it so I don't spill it. There we go. I guzzled that down. All righty. I wasn't going to put diagonals on this one, but it needed a yellow tone in there. And that's all this is doing. I don't know if you guys are seeing it. I don't see it on my tablet. But my tablet doesn't have a very good quality. It's an old tablet. The graphics aren't that great on it. And I think I'll stop with these. We need to do the bottom ones here. There we go. So, I'm going to call that my fabric plaid. Now, there's probably a lot to learn about plaid. This is just me playing. And I'm going to cut a gnome hat out of it. And it's going to be a fairly large hat. The gnome that I saw stood about 5 or 6 inches tall, maybe about 5 inches in diameter. Probably about the size of those owls. Becky's owls were made out of 6-inch squares, so probably about the size of owls. So I might be able to get 2 gnomes hats out of these. Just depending on how I cut them. I'm going to have to make a pattern. Oh, thank you, Joni. We'll let it dry and we'll check it tomorrow. I'll make the pattern. And the bottom of the gnome will just be sort of like the bottom of Becky's owl. And what we have is that wooden, what got me started on this, are they over here? Is, I think Riri sent me these gnome. We didn't know what they were, and it took Becky. They're over here on my desk someplace. I don't know what I did with them. I have to hunt for them. The little gnome, the wooden ball, and the faux fur. I can't find them right now. But I saw the same thing in the dollar store in Dollar General. And it has a wooden nose. And then the hat comes around and then it's got a beard. And then it's got a body. Probably about the size of those owls. So I think I can get 2 gnome hats out of this. And after this white dries, I might take a couple of these lines and do a yellow wash over them. I don't know if I will or not, because if I do a yellow wash, it will wash off into my black, and maybe I'll just leave it white. So there we go. It's 8:46. I think that I'm going to call it a morning, let you guys go 15 minutes early. Angie says, Meri, don't do that. Okay, I won't, Angie. I got it. Take care, Candy. Have a great day. Becky had to leave too. Becky said my phone is about ready to shut off. Scrap Chick usually comes on Thursday mornings at 10 Eastern, 9 Central. So she'll be on in a few minutes. Today is Thursday. If I'm awake and feeling good, I'll stream tomorrow morning. But if you don't see me on, I slept in. But I will definitely be on tomorrow night at 7:30. Tonight, Beth Schuler will be on at 6. Let's see, this is Thursday. I think Tanya will be on. I don't know if Lisa will be with her, but Tanya usually comes on around 1 or 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoons. What else? Friday morning, Thursday night, Beth is on at 6 Eastern. Tomorrow morning, and then I'll be on, going to try to be on tomorrow morning, and then Barb Owen, and then I'll be on tomorrow night. So have a great day. Go out and enjoy. The weekend's coming. It's right around the corner, and I'm hoping we'll get rain. Go out and enjoy the beauty of this world. We're missing it. If you don't go out and enjoy it, you're missing it. And I want to thank Mina for the wonderful insect mystery box from Keisha for birthday present. And I want to thank Becky for the postcard. Thank you all. Meri, have to go somewhere tomorrow night. Oh, okay. That's okay, Angie. Angie says, not saying bye because I'll see you somewhere today. Meri, I'll tweet a pic of my scarecrow. I love it. I love it. Can I share your scarecrow? Well, we'll talk about that later. I love the idea of you dancing with your scarecrow, trying to wire him up. All right, everybody, have a great day. Bye.